Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, hey, hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
All right, so Pam Bondi under fire. Looks like she is at the Epstein hearings, and she kind of lost it today. We're going to be talking about that, and also Trump issues a warning. We're going to be speaking about that, the Pam Bondi situation, a few other situations, along with, let's get into, we're going to discuss the spiritual aspect of blood sacrifice. With all this Epstein talk and what's happening with the children that we're finding out, I wanted to like really break down the spiritual aspect of blood and sacrifice. Because in many religions, even with the animal sacrifice, there is a blood sacrifice that is actually done. And I really wanted to like get into that because I wanted to like talk about how that is actually not a good thing. It's a taboo. Even me as an Ifa priest, I had to undergo initiation that involved animal sacrifice. Even though at the end of the day, everybody ate the animal, we want to talk about like, is this a thing that should be continued? I think that right now the veil is lifting. People are changing how they're even going about doing some of these rituals because they're starting to see a different side of things. But before we get into that, I want to really get into this Pam Bondi story. So Pam Bondi was at the hearings and she was kind of losing it. So let's get into that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here. Attorney General Bondi, 6 days ago, you posted online, quote, "If you come for law enforcement, the Trump administration will come for you," end quote. I want to show you just a brief video. It's about 30 seconds, and I'll ask you a couple questions about it.
You guys are disgusting, man. Hey, you guys are disgusting. I'm former law enforcement. You're disgusting. You are the Nazi. You are the Gestapo. You can't see it because you're chasing your pension, right? Pension. Your retirement, right? That's what runs your life, your retirement. The sad thing is they're not even going to get their pension because it's going to be worthless. And shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Yeah.
Attorney General Bondi, that man works for you now, right?
Who was that, Congressman?
The man in that video, the one who was in the police-worn body cam footage, the one allegedly yelling, "Kill him," at police officers on January 6th, his name is Jared Wise.
He does work for us.
He works for you at the Department of Justice.
He does.
This is an individual whom a federal grand jury indicted for 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors related to his participation in the attack on January 6th. One of those charges was forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, and interfering with police with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the chief law enforcement officer of the United States of America to hire at the Department of Justice. Someone on video yelling, "Kill him," at police officers, right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was pardoned. You're right. You're right. Pardoned by President Trump for his offense pardoned for yelling "kill him" at police officers. And yet you expect hardworking police officers across the country to believe that you take law enforcement seriously. You could imagine the reaction of so many folks across the country hearing the chief law enforcement officer of the United States refuse to even condemn what that individual whom you've now hired did.
You know, and this is why I think that there is a huge, when it comes to law enforcement in the country, I think that everybody is definitely, I think that because they're trying to switch it up to a militarized force with the current ICE situation, and it's like a lack of respect for actual law enforcement going on. Law enforcement is unable to even do their proper investigations into certain things that are happening, the shootings and things like that, that these guys are doing. Let's go.
But in any event, let's talk a little bit about some of the other divisions within the Department of Justice and what's happened over the last year. You're familiar with the public integrity section of the DOJ's criminal division. I think it's referred to as PIN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time.
Madam Attorney General.
Because I don't like.
Mr. Chairman,
I don't
will you explain to
answer
the
a
witness that
question the way
he
you like
does
it.
reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked me a
work?
question, but you don't
How
want
many
the answer.
people
I'm
work
not
for the
gonna answer your
National
questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many
I'll
people?
answer PIN.
You.
PIN will not be
you know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about this?
Chairman, you know what the answer is? And I think I
What's
understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question, because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
No one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So
your district.
In any event,
who
I would
murdered people.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by
I've
the
been
witness?
very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time. Mr. Magoo.
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
I'd be happy
because
to
what
answer
is
some of your
what's
questions.
profound, the questions I've
Profound?
asked,
The crime in your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks, how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing.
So the question was talking about the cryptocurrency, and she just wouldn't answer the question. She would prefer to deflect and make it about Muhammad, who so-called killed people. And I'll bring it back so you can hear the deflection. Let's go.
Last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who.
Let's see. He asked a very direct question. He gave background, and then he asked a direct.
Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time.
Madam Attorney General.
Because I don't like.
Mr. Chairman,
I
will
don't
you explain to
answer
the
a
witness that
question the way
he
you like
does
it.
reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Boom. So that's the question. How many people work in the cryptocurrency division, criminal division? She wouldn't answer that question. So for that person that never heard the question, there goes the question right there. She never answers that question. And then she kind of has a blow up after that.
Can I answer the question about Penn?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked me a
work?
question, but you don't
How
want
many
the
people
answer.
work
I'm not
for the
gonna answer your
National
questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many
I'll
people?
answer Penn.
You.
Penn will not be
you know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about
Mr. Chairman,
this?
you know what the answer is? And I think I
What's
understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question, because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
No one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So
your district.
in any event,
who
I would
murdered people.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by
I've
the
been
witness?
very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time, Mr. Goose.
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
I'd be happy
because
to
what
answer
is
some of your
fun-
questions.
What's profound, the questions I've
Profound?
asked,
The crime in
questions
your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings.
What?
I think what is happening.
Who knew this, that he has billions of dollars in crypto? So they got rid of the enforcement, and then now he's invested in it, and now he's making billions of dollars. That's interesting. How many people knew that? How many people knew that they got rid of that leg, and now the president is made over $1.4 billion on this whole thing? That's crazy.
At the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for dealing with fraud? That's something that's happened in this administration. First time. You talked about Penn. That happened with this Justice Department.
We're talking about this committee.
Mr. Chairman, had you answered the question, had the Attorney General answered the question in that way, perhaps this hearing would have some modicum of resembling something that has typically been fairly conventional, an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice.
The gentleman's
That is
time has
not this.
expired. The gentlelady from
Man, so this whole thing in Congress heated up, and here you go. And then the next day, then she got it by Jasmine Crockett. Let's check this out. Watch this.
From its website in September.
without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massey, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter. So let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up.
You know, the crazy part of all this is that when Clinton, had his situation, honey, he got impeached immediately. There is no way. You know what? I found out that Trump is in over 1 million. His name is mentioned over 1 million times in the Epstein files. Over 1 million times when they did the unredacted. Okay, this is crazy that there is no discussion of impeachment at this point. It's crazy. And then he issued a warning. And I want to go into that. But first, let's get done with this Pam Bondi situation. And then we're going to get into Trump's warning people. Let's go.
And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history, an attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
Wow. And if they're trying to give him $300-something million on top of the $1.4 billion he's already made in crypto because they've changed the law in the whole crypto situation. And I'm like, bro, how much more money do you need? How much, dude? He's like 80. How old is Trump? Where is all this money? Is it just he just know he on his way out and he want to make sure his kids are good? Like, who needs this much money at this age? Just completely, I don't know whether he got like some kind of special thing that's gonna make him live longer when it seems like he's very much in the Alzheimer's stage. But I'm trying to figure out, why does he need all this money? Why is it so much corruption? Why is he willing to do all this stuff and generate all this money for what? And you know dang well, but he has more than enough money. Why do you need even more money? And at the behest of the cost of the people. This is just crazy to me. I'm like, wow, my mind is just blown with all this.
Is recognized, excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted. So what we talking about? Convict some of these perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you,
Time
that
belongs
you
to the gentleman
refuse to
from
even acknowledge
Kansas.
they are here.
Time belongs to the
Texas.
gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds
You
back
bet,
to make
you
up
bet.
for the yelling? Thank
bet.
you. General,
Thank
did you have
you,
anything
Congress.
further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil.
This stream is propaganda? No, this is the actual hearing. This is the congressional hearing. I'm just playing back the hearing, the oversight of the U.S. Department of Justice hearing. Pam, the House Judiciary Committee. So, okay, well, is that propaganda? That whole argument that's happened, that's propaganda? Or did they really get into an argument? Yes or no? You guys can't be this like delusional, okay? You guys are crazy with this. What the hell? Like, this is, no, this is really what happened. You're watching what really went down today, and people want to make it about that I'm spreading propaganda. All I'm doing is reiterating what's being said.
Joseph, from Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape. Khalid Khan from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's
4 people that she brought up. And how many people were on the Epstein list? She's going to show 4 people of immigrants. And then in the whole Epstein files is over like how many millions of pages long? Trump in there for 1 million times, 1.4 million times, some old crazy amount of millions of times. Messing around with little kids. But these 4 people, okay, you got them. They've been charged, ain't nobody getting charged in this Epstein file situation.
happening in their own states.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together. And this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task.
Man, this is sad. This is the American government, you guys. This is the American government. This is America. You know what I'm saying? When he wrote that song, he knew that this was going to happen. So he was prophetic. Let's go.
They cannot admit it. And so they are just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, and the Titanic is our country, and we're all watching it sink. So she's in front of Congress today, and it's just as ridiculous and embarrassing as you would think. And then you have to add like 1,000,000% to that. Let's play some of the highlights and we'll react to it.
Apologize to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it.
She is not going to have it. She's not going to put up with it. Apologize to President Trump. I mean, is she high? Did she smoke crack before she walked in there and sat down? Apologize to President Trump because he got impeached as he should have with the Ukraine deal. And for the insurrection, I mean, these people are just getting more and more unhinged. And I just think this is like, we need to have a psychiatrist on the show, because I think there's a new disorder called MAGA psychosis.
You know, I watched this, and originally I was outraged. And the more I watched it, just what a sad day for the United States. I mean, every day under Donald Trump is a sad day. Don't get me wrong, as democracy and the branches of government. But this was just a microcosm of the demise of the justice system. This is a person that cannot look victims in the eyes because she knows she's fucking them over, and she does not care. She knows she has a pardon. She doesn't care. She doesn't care about decorum. She doesn't care about the truth. Lying to Congress, in my mind, is the least of her crimes. But the fact that she would sit there and defend Donald Trump and him being named like 1 million times in the Epstein files, but has not talked to one victim. Victims raised their hand. She didn't talk to one of them. The Justice Department has not reached out to any of them. The FBI, if you want to contact them, contact the regular 1-800 number. They don't want to know. They don't want to hear you. They will ignore you when you come forward. And these survivors have been victimized over and over again. And of course, Jim Jordan's in charge of it. And he protects sexual abuse too. So none of this is surprising. It's just, to me, very, 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 very sad. I mean, it's disturbing. It's outlandish. She's unhinged. But how far the Justice Department has fallen is just, it depresses me.
I think there's an intentional desire by the Trump regime to take the DOJ and turn it upside down, where people don't know how for it to function. You're an attorney, Pumps. My husband's a criminal defense attorney, and typically DOJ, federal prosecutors, U.S. attorneys, things are buttoned up. It's professional. They're serious. They don't talk about indictments unless they can win. Their winning record is very high. Independence and all of this stuff is a really big thing. But we're seeing something really remarkable play out where you have Jeanine Pirro, believe it was. She tried to go in front of a grand jury to get an indictment on 6 sitting congresspeople and senators. And the grand jury is now a line of defense against this regime. And so we all know grand juries will indict a ham sandwich. So it's interesting to see the courts and the DOJ are failing, but everyday Americans in a grand jury are like, no, we're not going to indict these people that are a resistance to this regime. And what's most alarming for me regarding Pam Bondi is that all of these people behave as though they will never face accountability. Ever. Right. The way she's behaving in front of Congress is as though she knows what's going to happen in the midterms and her ass won't get hauled back in there and get impeached. So this is what's really troubling, the immaturity and the psychosis. Fox News has been at this level of stuff for decades. Pam Bondi is a Bible thumper, sycophant, wears her cross, talks about Donald Trump being transparent. And these people think just because he's a narcissist that wants to be on TV all the time, that equates to transparency. He's a compulsive liar, a pathological liar, a malignant narcissist, clearly in late stage dementia. And I think that the interesting thing is their psychosis to me and the defensive nature of the way they all behave shows me guilt on their part. Because if you really believe in what you're doing, you don't have to behave that way. If she believed she were on the right side of history, if she believed she were executing the rule of law in a fair-minded manner, she wouldn't be behaving this way in front of Congress. All of these people try to play Trump's playbook. You see JD Vance do it. You see her do it. And every time somebody else does it, they look like a completely insane person. We're all so normalized with when Trump does it because the mainstream media has done such a bang up job sane washing all of his insanity. But let's play some more of this shit show of a hearing today.
The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. and the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does the Dow have to do with it?
Two things here. Number one, a lot of people will say a lot of Americans don't have 401ks, and that's really true. But also what she's speaking to there is a lot of the Americans that vote for Trump that wouldn't admit it in social circles. They know how crazy he is. They do it for that very reason. And there are millions of Americans that all she has to do is go 401k signal. And they're like, oh yeah, my stocks are doing great. Or to the cult base, she can go Christian signal and like, oh yeah, she's BFFs with JC. We're all good there. So they know how to send signals of propaganda to different pockets of their base to try to keep it gelled together. And the stock market, in my opinion, is, and I'm not an economist, but I've been trying to read a lot about it. It's really, you have about 8 stock companies that are trading billions and billions of dollars, sometimes trillions. And it's this AI bubble, and it's ultimately going to pop. But the fundamentals of the economy below the stock market, massive inflation, massive employment, the dollar is on it, just a death spiral downward in this last year. And all of this was preventable. Even the Wall Street Journal, which is one of the most conservative, fiscally conservative papers in the country, owned by Rupert Murdoch, said their headline a week before the election between Kamala and dipshit said that whoever wins is going to inherit the strongest economy in the world. And here's what's so important. The other countries in the world are not experiencing the economic downturn that we are. All of this is self-induced by these tariffs, by incompetent people, and by religious hypocrites like her that go out to the American public and tell them, we're on your side, we're doing the Lord's work, and really manipulate and grift these people just like their megachurch pastors do.
$5 million to try to bring down their political opponent. To further this effort, they sought the phone records of over a dozen Republican members of Congress. Even the Democrats said this was wrong. They got bank records for scores of White House officials. They even paid at least one confidential human source $20,000 for information on President Trump. And of course, while doing all this, they couldn't tell us who planted the pipe bombs, who leaked the Dobbs opinion, and who put cocaine in the White House. But thank goodness the American people saw through it all. Americans were tired of being targeted for their beliefs, tired of the lawfare, tired of the rampant crime throughout this country, and that's why they overwhelmingly elected President Trump. And what a difference a year makes. What a difference a year makes. Under Attorney General Bondi, the DOJ has returned to its core missions, upholding the rule of law, going after the bad guys, and keeping Americans safe. The Trump Justice Department has restored the rule of law. Murders are down nationwide by 20%. In D.C., violent crime is down by 28%. The federal surge in D.C. resulted in 8,000 arrests, the seizure of 800 illegal guns, and the recovery of 16 missing kids. The Trump Justice Department apprehended a suspect in the pipe bomb investigation, and they've arrested 6 of the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitives in just 1 year. Of course, they arrested narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro, and they seized a record number of drugs flowing into this country. Trump Justice Department put an end to targeting Americans for their beliefs. Attorney General Bondi rescinded Attorney General Garland's anti-parent memorandum. Department of Justice ended the practices of using the FACE Act to target pro-life Americans. They've refused to tolerate attacks on places of worship and investigations of traditional Catholics that we saw in the previous administration. On her first day, Attorney General Bondi disbanded the Foreign Influence Task Force that was pressuring social media companies to censor Americans. And the Trump Justice Department has ended lawfare. Under Attorney General Bondi, along with Director Patel, they've worked to expose the political nature of Arctic Frost and the Jack Smith investigations. They've turned over hundreds of pages of documents to Congress, and that's why we know, for example, that Mr. Smith paid at least $20,000 to some confidential human source. That's why we know that Jack Smith knew it was unconstitutional to seek to toll records from members. But since the litigation risk was low, and because members would never find out about the subpoena until years later, they charged ahead and violated the Constitution. The Trump Justice Department has changed DOJ policy to require prosecutors to tell judges if NDOs relate to members of the separate and equal branch of government, the Congress. And to top it all off, the Trump Justice Department opened an investigation into the conspiracy behind the Russia collusion hoax. The Justice Department has put common sense ahead of politics. They sued to keep boys out of girls' sports. They secured deals with universities to stop race-based admissions and anti-Semitic practices. And after discovering rampant fraud in Minnesota, the Justice Department, under the leadership of Attorney General Bondi, has established a new national fraud division. In fact, I met with Colin McDonald, who will head that division last week. I think he's going to do a great job.
So is the crypto fraud going to be added to that? Because they did get rid of that particular section of the government too. So with this new national fraud, is that going to be included then too? Let's go.
There's a lot of work to be done in that area, but I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today.
And here's the thing, why hasn't she met with them? Why hasn't she met with them? You make Black people look dumb. Honey, you look dumb. Okay. Why hasn't she met with them, guys? Why wouldn't she meet with the survivors, guys? What is up?
There's Teresa Helm. There's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there. And you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you
exactly. If it's duplicates, what's the problem? Oh, it's a duplicate, so we don't need to repeat. No, go ahead, release the whole thing. Oh, it's duplicative. It's saying the same thing over and over again. So what?
You did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had—
so this guy is lighting her up, and I see why she's hollering, because, honey, he is lighting her up.
Come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family. and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked.
More than 1,000 victims. And here, someone says, why is there so many white people named in the Epstein files? Another person says, why there were no blacks, I think. Yeah, I think that it really came. Those particular people did not like black people. If you read the files, you'll see that they don't. Yeah, they're not with blacks at all. They're not cool with that.
This performance screams cover up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy.
What? Since when you go to prison and get a therapy puppy? Honey, she needs to be go down over there to Shreveport, go over there to that jail over there and talk about that. Give some therapy puppies to them guys over there. What they call it, Angola. Is that in Shreveport, Angola? They need therapy puppies. All the crap that they're going through over there in Angola. Shouts out to Angola. Here's the question. I don't understand why nobody is getting arrested. I don't understand either. And I think that the FBI said they closed the case. What?
Because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration?
How can you have people talk about liberals killing babies in the womb when you have these rich oligarchs meeting up on the island and killing real kids and eating them and all kind of weird stuff?
When the president and Kristi Noem called Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin. Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, Your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagan Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and two-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts, and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia.
No, he's talking to Pam Bondi and what she's doing.
But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had zero prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who are veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case, or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in DC, suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now.
So right now they are talking to Pam Bondi and discussing the corruption happened at the DOJ. If anybody's asking what we're talking about, and she's under fire right now. This is the hearing before the House Judiciary Committee, and you're going to see her start acting wild. You know, I guess he kind of gives it to her. People are kind of giving it to her left and right, and she is unable to hold her cool. Let's go.
Got just one round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions. And when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes. So when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask.
And she's not going to do that throughout the entire thing. People reclaim their time, and she keeps talking.
The chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th, 2025. She previously served in the office of the White House counsel, 2 terms as the Florida Attorney General, and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. And please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Madam Attorney General, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That's nothing short of historic. If you compare 25 to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 43%, gun assault down 22%, ag assault, burglary, could go on and on. Crime is declining. This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you? This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis.
But what about the Russian girls that were like sent over to the Epstein Island, and all the victims that are sitting behind her that she never even bothered to talk to?
These are 2 iconic American cities that spent years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. We achieved those results by working with Democratic mayors. Public safety does not have a party registration. When your constituents call 911, they don't ask for political views of the responding officer. They ask for help. I have federal agents in each and every one of your districts. They're here to help, and I am here to help. Many cities and states have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some have not. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have declared that they are, quote, at war with the federal government and encouraged widespread obstruction of law enforcement. This has resulted in avoidable clashes on the streets, as you've all seen. We've seen rioters storming a Christian church. Citizens and law enforcement officers have both been endangered by reckless rhetoric. We have made dozens of arrests in and around Minneapolis so far, and many of them could have been avoided by simple compliance with federal law. Of course, our efforts reach beyond our urban centers. We are striking crucial blows against terrorist organizations such as MS-13, TDA, the Sinaloa cartel, and Antifa. And as we sit here, I think you've seen the news this morning. The news is reporting that cartel drones are being shot down by our military. That's what we all should care about right now, protecting America.
You're talking protecting America, but then you have a person in Epstein that was actually trying to bring down America. And you don't want to address it. Like, what are you talking about?
As we seek to dismantle these drug trafficking networks that poison Americans, in 2025, our DEA agents seized more than 47 million fentanyl pills and more than 9,800 total kilos of fentanyl. That represents 369 million potentially deadly doses that can kill Americans. Meanwhile, our attorneys are fighting for President Trump's agenda in courtrooms across this country. This administration has been sued 627 times. We fought through a nonstop flood of bad faith temporary restraining orders from liberal activist judges across this country. America has never seen this level of coordinated judicial opposition towards a presidential administration. It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic process. In spite of this unprecedented judicial activism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings at the U.S. Supreme Court, their emergency docket, and even more to come. We've done so while ending the weaponization of the prior administration by dropping FACE Act prosecutions, exposing the Arctic frost scandal via congressional disclosure, thank you, Chairman, and restoring one tier of justice in this country.
I'm bored listening to her. Let's get into what people actually begin to ask for questions, because that what the come on. Let's go.
Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you were going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. Those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
the time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
Reclaiming my time.
I think it's very
Reclaiming my
interesting.
time.
And you can
that
reclaim
he
your
talks
time.
about
See how you can't reclaim your time. She's gonna talk over you. This is what's been happening the whole time. This happens the entire 5 hours. I'm not gonna play the full 5 hours because it's exhausting, but she does this the entire time. Let's go.
They indicted. The president said they indicted him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock
did.
and
And
stop
he
the clock and
indicted.
restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will be in order.
theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to
The
answer.
question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer,
Reclaiming
Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest.
Reclaiming
So he asked a
Reclaiming my
4-minute question.
Restore 45
and
seconds,
I am
Mr. Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Reclaiming-
Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up
what you did in the
loser
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Man, what the hell?
We will give you a few more seconds. I said that already.
Hey, listen, this is crazy. Really? This is what's they're going in, bro.
5 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go.
All
Reclaiming
right.
my time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is zero. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None of
has
the perpetrators have
expired.
been brought to justice, but enormous resources
Time
are
of the
dedicated to
gentleman has
pursuing Trump's
expired, and
It's
obviously
clear
there
that
was-
under your leadership, the Department of Justice
there
no
was
longer
no
works for
question
American
in there.
people. It works
to
for
respond
Donald
to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, all the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them ask.
Listen, she completed every time that they ask her a question, she talks about everything else other than what the question is.
Merrick Garland, over the last 4 years, one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan,
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year. National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low, thanks to Donald Trump. That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate, as I said, has.
So all this is because Donald Trump, these things are the Dow, and that's why they want to focus on Epstein and not because his name is mentioned a million times. What are we talking about here? Not because Epstein was trying to take down the American government, not because of that, but because of whatever she's talking about. This
plummeted to a 125-year low, thanks to Donald Trump. For an unprecedented 9 straight months, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border. That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this president has done and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this, and it took you and President Trump to finally provide transparency and give answers to the American people. And I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two. I want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues on the left. They're not all that bad, but they've got to put on a show. And I'm sorry that you have to go through that. And I would like to yield the last, I'd say 40, and 40 is 80 seconds. The clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted. And I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the Attorney General if she has anything to add.
I'm fine to continue. Thank
Okay.
you, Chairman.
All right, the chair now recognizes, the gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to two documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails Jeffrey Epstein asking whether a woman identified as M was pro or civilian, and Epstein responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little freaked out by the age difference and stating that he would try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these emails constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warning further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct? Do you think yes or no?
I'm not going to play a yes/no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate any case involving any victim. I'm not familiar. There were 3 million pages, of course, with that email. But of course, we will look into anything. The documents have been released, 3 million. The redacted versions, we left them open for all of you to come view. Have you? I believe you view them. If not, will you have some copies?
I'd like to.
But could I finish, please? I'm not being rude. Please.
I only have 5 minutes.
No, yeah, and I only have 30 seconds based on your filibuster.
But you didn't give a yes or no answer. So let me just go further. Director Patel testified in this committee room that there was no credible information indicating that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone else. And glancing at the documents, that proves that's not the case. In July, your department issued a memo stating that it had conducted an exhaustive review of the Epstein files and concluded that no additional individuals would be charged. So I did go over to the Department of Justice yesterday. I would note that 400 and all our 35 members are in the House, and there's 4 computers. So it would take many months to actually have the time. I only had a few hours. I think the transparency argument is really kind of a sham because it's not really possible.
Whoa. Did you have to wait to get a computer?
It is not possible to,
hang on.
to really go in. I did, however, see a U.S. attorney information for the Southern District of New York indicating that there were additional survivors and probable co-conspirators. Other members of Congress have uncovered likely co-conspirators whose names were blocked out. Now, the Epstein File Transparency Act, which all but one member of this House voted for and the president signed, requires the department to release everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which apparently there is none from the testimony we have received. I am concerned that this act has not been fully complied with. When Director Patel came to the committee, he admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned, thousands of times in these files. So I think the credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw the horrible video of American citizens being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about the department. State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene to be sure evidence would be properly preserved by federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order, and in a departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement on these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach to the homicides of American citizens, and really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing. I find it interesting she keeps going after Donald Trump. She doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you? And nor did
Mr.
she
Chairman,
post
regular
anything.
order, please.
She
Regular
posted
order.
nothing on her X account, on her Twitter account during the Biden years.
Gentlelady.
And yet now,
There
all
was
of
no
a sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after
Committee will be in
point of
order.
There was no
Committee will
question
be in
asked
order.
of the Attorney General. She doesn't just get to.
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks.
Not a valid point of order. You got to state.
She hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule. And
I am trying to make a point of order that the witness,
What
without.
rule are you referring?
Does it seem like that the chairman is kind of on Bondi's side? And everybody's kind of like, this is what's causing like this shakeup, is that every time like people try to like say what they're gonna say, she'll overtalk them. She'll say some stuff that ain't got nothing to do with nothing, and then he is taking her side and kind of like sound like he wants it to be about on her side.
Without responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and
First
instead
time
is attacking
that is not even close
members
to a
of the
point of
committee.
order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
In August of last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau. Town of Lac du Flambeau is in my district, and your office replied that it was an ongoing matter and unable to comment on it, which I understand is just fine. I want to set this up just as a reminder. So 3 years ago, it was at this time of year that 4 roads were blockaded in the town of Lac du Flambeau, and the temperature was 25 below zero. People had to park their cars at a neighbor's place, take the snowmobile across the lake to get their car, and then be able to drive into town. There were people 80 and 90 years old that could not, were very concerned that they'd be able to get emergency medical services. And the perpetrators of this, the tribe out there, they demanded compensation from the town. I would call it extortion. They ultimately got $600,000 from the town of Lac du Flambeau. The unfortunate part, Mr. Chairman, is that the Biden administration took the side of the perpetrators who closed those roads off, and the Biden administration made it clear to the town of Lac du Flambeau that we are not on your side in regards to this. Well, fortunately, there was a federal judge that said no.
All right, so someone asked, what was her answer as to why she didn't meet the victim? Never gave an answer. Let's go.
No, this is wrong, what happened, and these roads should be left open. They should continue to be left open. My question to you is, are you willing to work with my office and with the town of Lac du Flambeau to further investigate this matter and seek compensation from the tribal government after their extortion of $600,000 from this little town in northern Wisconsin.
Congressman, you do a great job representing your district. And yes, we would more than welcome working with you, and we are familiar with that investigation.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, we're highlighting these miscarriages of justice in the previous administration. This is just another one of those small examples, no different than the Catholic Diocese in Richmond and many others that you have retold so many times. But here's another instance of what they did to a small town and nearly bankrupted them as a result of it. Fortunately, there was a federal judge that saw through it and has fixed it. I want to move on to fraud enforcement. You have established a National Fraud Enforcement Division. Is that correct, Madam Attorney General?
Yes, Congressman.
Has this new division begun any investigations and getting after those individuals that have committed the rampant fraud we've seen, like in Minnesota?
Well, it's not only rampant in Minnesota, it's rampant throughout this country. Much of it is in California, as you know, and other places. Yes, we are working on it actively. Our criminal fraud division has been working on it. We are expanding that. It was the vice president's idea to come up with this amazing separate fraud division, which we are establishing and going nonstop, not only to expose the fraud in Minnesota, but around the country. It's taxpayer dollars that have been stolen from the American people. And we are committed to recovering that money and holding those people accountable.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind everyone here, why did this happen in Minneapolis? Why did federal law enforcement have to go to Minneapolis? Because of industrial scale fraud. It was an assistant United States attorney that said, this is industrial scale fraud that's going on in Minnesota at this point. I sent a letter to our governor in Wisconsin. We're right across the border there. My district is only 20 miles from the city of Minneapolis. And I asked him to open the books for a federal audit on food stamps and Medicaid. Don't you think it would be a good idea for every governor to do that at this point?
It protects the citizens, and I can't understand why that's not happening. And yes, I do think that's a great idea. It's happening around this country. And when our new division with Colin McDonald is established, it's established when Colin is confirmed. He's amazing. I think you've met with him, you said, Chairman. When that is established, we're going to work on both sides of the aisle. That's what we want to do, to stop fraud in every city, in every state in this country. We will continue to fight for the American people.
So you would encourage every governor across the United States, after what we have seen in Minnesota, what we almost certainly know is happening in other states, you mentioned California, you would agree that every governor should avail themselves of federal resources to make sure that this industrial scale fraud is rooted out to protect the taxpayers of the United States. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
By the CIA Director Ratcliffe. My bottom line is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an CIA official. The same officer said when he approached the director and asked that the director refused to remove it after being explained this wasn't good, with the dossier's many flaws, he said, yes, but doesn't it ring true? So this is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led to all the stuff we've seen over the last decade. And I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, like to know if Mr. Brennan is going to be indicted.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan, to investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements, but the department is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will say today, I can't confirm nor deny whether there is a pending investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Mr. Chairman.
Weaponization has ended.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for a point of order.
If we want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted, you should just ask the president.
Not a point of order, but I appreciate you trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how
that
many
have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And I wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you about that also, because this is a different question that you're getting to now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer,
Well,
there were more than
I'm
500
just-
attorneys and reviewers who
Okay.
assisted
All right, okay.
with the. They asked the question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question,
Congressman,
ma'am,
let
and
me
I'm going to
continue.
move on.
More than.
I'm going to move on.
From
General
multiple
Bondi, would you
You'll be in
agree?
order.
This is ridiculous.
The time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for 18
years. And for
18 years.
And for 18
prior to
years,
being
for 18 years,
He asked a
you
question and doesn't want
prosecuted-
an answer. This is
Well,
theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years, you prosecuted serious felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I prosecuted multiple.
See how she's rambling? See that what's happening is she's doing that because it's going to run his time out. And people need to recognize that. He didn't ask all this extra shit that she's saying. Did you do this? Let him talk.
Multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland
and
this
you
when
also,
you were sitting
you
before
also
him, sir?
prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier. I
Okay.
prosecuted
All right.
multiple
Well,
cases
so
when I
bottom
was
line,
a prosecutor.
bottom
If I
line,
can
you're an
answer the question,
experienced and seasoned.
For 18
you're an
years.
Mr. Chairman, will you a reminder of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You
think
are
I
a
think I've said that a few
seasoned
times.
and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
He wants to
When
say.
I want a
answer,
yes
I
or
get
no
cut off.
answer.
I think he wants to say,
I want a
ma'am.
yes or no
I
answer,
can-
but
yeah, I can
I'll
explain my
live with what you
experience. I'd
have
be
already
love to
said.
explain
Let
my
me ask you.
experience.
Let me ask you this questions.
Clearly,
in
you
the
don't have any.
prosecution of sexual assault cases, you are acutely aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying
Well,
to.
I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them? Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
Protection of the
protection of all
identity
victims
of the victims
are
is so
protected.
very
You are
important.
protected under. Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question, you do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you
Well, it
explain
means
that?
you're nice to the
Explain that.
Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question. If you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies
Your time
for
is
coming
up.
forward?
The time of the
Which
gentleman,
was it?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent the past several months attacking the administration for doing exactly what the American people wanted when they overwhelmingly elected President Trump, securing our border and enforcing our immigration laws. I find it a bit ironic because this is the same party who just a few years ago were openly supporting strong immigration enforcement after witnessing criminal illegal aliens wreak havoc on the American communities. I have a short video I just wanted to play.
Of immigrants. We're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable.
They've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone.
No great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders.
While we need to address the issue of immigration and the challenge we have of undocumented people in our country, we certainly don't want any more coming in.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. When we use phrases like undocumented workers, we convey a message to the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration, which the American people overwhelmingly oppose. If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say it. I think it is illegal and wrong.
Open the borders. My God, you know, there's a lot of poverty in this world, and you're going to have people from all over the world. And I don't think that's something that we can do at this point. Can't do it.
Yes or no? Would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants in this country.
So this is actually showing that the Democrats were heading up the whole immigration thing, and all of them were for deporting illegal immigrants. There you go. So everybody want to talk so bad about the Democrats. Well, guess what? They were talking about immigration too.
So Attorney General Bondi, what's the Trump administration, DOJ, doing to end the open border policies of the prior administration that saw dangerous drugs and criminal aliens flood our communities?
Congressman, President Trump has worked tirelessly, as you know, to close our border, which is what the Democrats had asked for in that video. President Trump closed our borders on day one. He is protecting Americans. He is protecting our kids from the influx of drugs that were flowing into this country from Mexico, the fentanyl precursors that were coming from China. These precursors were taken from China into Mexico, and in Mexico, they were mixed and freely taken right into our country, along with gang members, MS-13, TDA, freely coming into our cities around our country, thanks to Joe Biden's open border policies. That has stopped under Donald Trump. It will no longer happen under this administration, and he is doing everything to keep Americans safe. And let me continue. When he was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, the majority of the American people wanted Donald Trump. One of the main reasons was border security and keeping Americans safe. And that's exactly what he did. And that's why today the other side sits here, they yell, they cut me off, they want to yell, they want to ask a question and don't want answers because they want to distract from all the great things that this president and this administration working hand.
No, what's happening is that whenever they ask you a question, you get like mentioning a whole bunch of other things they did not even ask you. Let's go.
In hand, and that includes Secretary Noem, who has closed our borders, and Tom Homan, who has closed our borders to keep Americans safe. And they're trying to distract from that, and they're not going to do it because the American people are smarter than that, and they see through their theatrics.
Thank you. Just quickly, yesterday, Senator Grassley reached out to my office to tell me that I was one of the 20 members that was now disclosed were under surveillance from Jack Smith. This brings up the question of non-disclosure orders and whether or not they should apply to members of Congress. But with my phone records being surveilled, as well as looks like 19 other members of Congress, I'm just wondering how DOJ views that.
Time is expired, but the gentlelady can respond.
As I stated earlier, Congressman, anyone's records who were illegally obtained, Democrat or Republican, we will fight vigorously to stop that. Anything with Arctic frost, I can't discuss right now.
And isn't it true, Madam Attorney General, the DOJ's changed their policy? You can't do that now. The DOJ's not going to go do that and ask the judge for an NDO.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. That in and of itself tells you how wrong it was. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you. Madam Attorney General, you acknowledged earlier to Mr. Johnson that President Trump was mentioned and the release countless times, you said, in the Epstein files. I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have. Of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name that we have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it
We
at
have
least be 1,000
released
times?
every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
You can
so-
characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
It's not.
means to me-
It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
Listen, right quick, please don't spam the chat. If I put your thing up there and I let you say what you're going to say, please don't spam it over and over again. I see your thing, I put it up there, and that's it.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the president. It was in retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General report would find this improper and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on 2 committees that were a part of the president's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted. The president's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted. He listed me at the very top along with Adam Schiff, and during that same testimony refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected that the president would come after his enemies. But what I want to talk to you next is serious, and I did not expect this would happen, and I'd like your help on it. The president has inspired death threats against me and many sitting up here with me. In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails at my district office. On the voicemails, they said, get the message to him. I'm going to hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self. Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, no, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you. The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew. I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions. Although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us. And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
All right, question, Boogie Nights that came up here, okay, so he left, all right. Well, we had a person that wanted to come up here and talk, but they left. Maybe they'll come back, but by the way, the StreamYard link is in the chat if you want to come up here. Please don't do no weird stuff, and because you have to like show your face in the background before I even allow you to come up here, because we're not like doing the weird, like playing like rock and roll music and all that crap that people do trying to disrupt.
Congressman, I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe one has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened. And I will work with, you can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened. And I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases, but I can tell you some of them.
But can she turn around and at least apologize to the victim, or at least say something to the victim? She's willing to apologize to him and say whatever, but she does not acknowledge the victims in the back. They're sitting up here. They're sitting behind her. Look at these. These are the victims sitting behind her.
Are very active.
Appreciate that. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and we're sorry for what the gentleman and his family had to go through. We appreciate what the Attorney General said. And I think some of the things that the gentleman from California related, we can all relate to. And it's unfortunate, it's wrong, as the Attorney General said, and we appreciate the help we get from the Justice Department. With that, we will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know where to begin. Thank you for being here, General. Right, see me when I'm right in front of you.
And hold on, let me just say this, right? She says she's talking about nobody should be threatened, no kids should be threatened, but guys are coming into people's houses, breaking their doors, going into their jobs and schools, separating families. So it's cool when it's cool on one end and it's not cool on the other.
I have to mention this first. You know, I used this word before, and my friends on the other side of the aisle got mad at me, but hypocrisy. Epstein. But for years on the other side of the aisle, we heard nothing. Crickets, not a word. Nothing was said when they were in control. Nothing was mentioned basically till last summer, and the ranking member points out that he did do something last year. Yeah, he did a letter complaining about the plea deal for Maxwell, but it wasn't a big deal. Then we get a new administration, and all of a sudden it's a big deal, and they feign concern, they're upset, they're investigating. They had all these years and all this time. And in fact, Stacey Plaskett, and we all know that name, when they had a congressional hearing, Democratic member, were taking texts from Epstein on questions to ask to go after Trump. So Epstein was using her Democratic colleague as a tool to go after President Trump. Just everybody keep that in mind. And then we talk about ICE and how horrible it is. And there are concerns. Everybody wants everything to go right. Nobody ever wants to see somebody die. And they complain about it. But at the same time, hypocrisy, they encourage constituents to go after the ICE agents, to challenge them, to hurt them, to attack them. And that doesn't make sense. That's hypocrisy. And then we hear about the concern of, going after Democrats, that the legal system, that judiciary and Department of Justice is going after Democrats. But they literally rework the legal system under Alvin Bragg and Letitia James to go after Republicans and those sympathetic to Republicans. So, be careful when you accuse others that you're not guilty yourself. Be careful of what you say, because you got a history and it's easy to go over it. I just want to talk about where we were and where we are now. We had over 10 million illegal crossings in the past between 2020 and 24. Over 10 million. That's probably a much bigger number. I'm being conservative. We were told that people weren't dangerous, but they were, General. They were dangerous, many of them. More than 300 individuals on the terror watch list during that time. Violent criminals came across, as we saw consequences, where mothers and fathers, daughters and sons, children were raped, murdered, hurt, abused, beaten, trafficked, all from the drugs. My God, the drugs they brought into our babies in this country. 73,000 illegals with criminal histories, 20,000 with convictions of assault, robbery, and sex offenses, 13,000 convicted murderers Our beautiful defenders. It was madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre. It was madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre. It's perverse. What in God's name were you doing? So we finally are cleaning this up now. We're finally trying to make it right and safe for our people. So my questions are this. General, do you believe in removing criminal illegal aliens from our communities will save American lives?
Yes, and given the cases that you just discussed, that's proof of it every single day. President Trump is committed to that. This entire cabinet is committed to that and making and keeping Americans safe.
Thank you. Will you agree that, and thank you for doing that, will you agree that allowing individuals with known criminal histories to enter and remain in the United States, we knew this back then, they knew it.
And I have to reload this because the voices are like.
Finally trying to make it right and safe for our people. So my questions are this. General, do you believe in removing criminal illegal aliens from our communities will save American lives?
You know what? The voices are not synced up anymore. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Maybe if I go here, maybe.
Beliefs that the White House disagrees with is not a crime. And the statute defining domestic terrorism requires criminal acts, not just thoughts and ideas. That's why legal experts, nonprofit leaders, religious freedom, and civil rights advocates immediately raised the alarm that the new presidential directive was a politically motivated attack on civil society designed to silence those who disagree with the administration. So, Ms. Bondi, Section 3 of that memo directed you, as Attorney General, to submit to the President and Stephen Miller a list of groups or entities whose members are engaged in acts that meet the definition of domestic terrorism. And then on December 4th, you directed the FBI to work with a variety of law enforcement entities to compile a list of groups and entities engaged in such acts by January 3rd, 2026, and to update that report every 30 days thereafter. So can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you, that's a yes or no question.
The reason why I skipped is because the images were not synced up. Like for some reason in that portion of it, it lagged. So I tried to like get back to where things were synced back up again. So
question, did you
Well, I'm
prepare
not
the
going to answer it
list?
yes or no, but what I will say is I know Antifa is part of that. I will talk to you about
I'm
that.
reclaiming
And on
my time.
February
I
5th,
asked you whether
2025,
you
an
prepared
Antifa
a
member was
list.
arrested in Minneapolis
I'm
federal court
reclaiming
for
my
cyber
time.
stalking.
Did you
They
have
ask a question and
list?
don't want an answer. This
The
is
answer is yes or no.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Gentleman, you can proceed.
Okay, so will you commit to providing this committee with any list of organizations that you have recommended be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
We will comply with the law in all matters.
Will you commit to provide this committee with your list of entities that you recommend be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
I'm not going to commit to anything to you because you won't let me answer questions.
Okay, well then we do understand that your current position is that you have a secret list of people or groups that you are accusing of domestic terrorism, but you won't share it with Congress. And I'd remind you that when the US government designates an entity as a foreign terrorist organization, it must report that to Congress and to the entity, because the government can make a mistake and the entity has the opportunity to contest it. So your position seems to be that if you falsely designate an American or an American organization as a terrorist group, there's nothing they can do about it. I think we get it. You don't want to answer the
No,
question.
you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you for the insult. It's clear you didn't come to Congress prepared to answer questions that the American people have every right to have answered. But if you were to prepared to answer truthfully, here's what we expect the facts to show. The administration is keeping lists of Americans who the White House says are engaged in domestic terrorism. Those lists could include Americans who have not committed any acts of terrorism, but simply disagree with this administration, people like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And your list may include clergy, elected officials, and members of indivisible groups across the country. And those lists likely don't include Proud Boys or Oath Keepers who were actually convicted. Americans have never tolerated political demagogues who use the government to punish people on an enemies list. It brought down McCarthy, it brought down Nixon, and it will bring down this administration as well.
You're right.
Yield back.
That's why we're so glad they rescinded the
right.
memorandum targeting parents. For goodness sake, as the gentleman from California just pointed out in his 5 minutes, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
May I respond very briefly to her statement?
I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on
Next.
one of our members.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, we're going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
Mr. Chairman. This is how this works.
Can I have my time? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that? It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to the next question.
My time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out of over 4,700, and we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to. You're a failed politician. You need to realize
you to watch the video.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked 2 other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim time
this is bigger than Watergate.
When I don't answer the question the way
This goes over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to know at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wexner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering.
The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
All right, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right, this is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from AG Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files that you.
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection. Just want to check on how much time we have left in votes, but one thing I've learned here of late that they'll wait on this. How much time do we have? Oh, they just called it. Okay. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying I appreciate what you said, Attorney General Bondi, and you said it to me personally, that you take the personal security of every member of Congress seriously and that people can contact you about that. And in these times, that's a very serious matter. So I thank you for that. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7 of the Constitution is the Domestic Emoluments Clause. And it says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot receive any other money from the federal government while he's in office. It cannot be increased by $1. This president is the first president in U.S. history who has repeatedly sued the federal government, for $230 million for the judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, which was perfectly lawful and was never struck down. But now he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked. And they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn. But he wants $10 billion. Now, well, I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to settle that $10 billion case or any of the other claims that the president has made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal from people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
I'm not going to discuss pending litigation.
Okay, so theoretically, you're saying because his privacy rights were violated in that tax case, and they were. I'm with the president on that. I mean, his Mar-a-Lago thing is ridiculous, but there's no doubt that his tax returns, despite the fact that he promised to release them, despite the fact that every other president released the tax returns, he suffered embarrassment when it showed that he hadn't paid taxes for several years, and he had a right for that not to happen. Now, I want to turn back to the Epstein survivors, because President Trump may have been a little bit embarrassed by the release of those tax returns. How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion theoretically from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you don't, do you?
I'm going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
You're
The rules.
obsessed with Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my time
Mulligan will be
restored. I'd like my time
sentenced next
restored.
week in your district. In your district, and you don't even know about it, about keeping children safe from online predators.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. Gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this, because this is the Attorney General of the United States whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes, and so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to
Excuse me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question and you answer it, and if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics or you start talking about stuff going on in our district, and by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today. Okay, so, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule of this point. Now, here's what I want to ask you. You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
Gentlelady can respond if she wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he
Mr. Chairman,
was.
she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your
fined.
committee, and she is embarrassing
Shame
you.
on you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. I would remind the committee that last Congress, Secretary Mayorkas was here numerous times, and he wouldn't answer our questions, even when we sent them to him ahead of time in writing. So that's what we've had to deal with. I think the Attorney General is doing just fine. We have votes shortly. I will go to the gentleman from Virginia, and then we will take a break to head to the floor.
I thank the chairman, Attorney General Bondi. Thank you for being here. And I wanted to thank you for your work at DOJ in restoring the rule of law, encouraging transparency surrounding Jack Smith's partisan investigations into President Trump, declassifying information about the Russia collusion hoax, cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions, and establishing the National Fraud Enforcement Division. Let me first go to securing the border and immigration enforcement. Our new governor has recently rescinded 287G cooperation between the state and ICE. Can you talk about, have you evaluated the public safety impact, how that would affect safety in Virginia to withdraw that support and what that would do to criminal activity involving illegal immigrants in Virginia?
Yes, it would be detrimental. And as you know, Congressman, one of the top members of MS-13 in the entire country was living in Virginia, in a suburb, among all of us, living not even probably half an hour away from where we are now. And the cooperation previously with the governor, with the members of the state of Virginia, helped catch him and take him off our streets. An illegal MS-13, one of the heads for the entire country, was living in Virginia. And it's a shame that that's happening now. And thank you for talking about it, because we're going to keep America safe. And when people feel like they can flee to these cities and states and be safe, they can't. Because Donald Trump is going to protect Americans. We're going to protect the citizens there, whether or not the governors, the mayors are going to do it or not. But President Trump.
But what about the ones that fled to the island to be safe doing all that wild pedo stuff that was going on? See, everybody want to keep talking about the immigrants, but we want to keep diverting the big whole elephant in the room about these victims sitting right directly behind her that she is just ignoring, and keep talking about immigration and this, that, the other. And ICE is not right. The way that they're going about that ICE situation is not right. It's wrong.
We're going to keep Americans safe from violent gang members like he's been doing this last year.
We appreciate that. We appreciate your work to make that happen in Virginia and keep Virginia safe. I want to move on to the Fraud Enforcement Division that you've established. My understanding is that this initiative is intended to centralize, coordinate enforcement of fraud laws related to government programs. You talked about Minnesota, you talked about California. Would this affect Virginia as well? Because we have fraud in Virginia as well.
Absolutely, and we look forward to working with you.
Would this affect things like long-term care accountability, senior living facilities engaged in Medicaid fraud, including systemic overbilling practices and the misappropriation of taxpayer-funded benefits?
That is exactly what it's set up to help.
Okay. I know that whether it was related to fraud specifically or another subject, that under the Biden administration, there was a sitting member of the Virginia General Assembly under investigation. Is that investigation still ongoing? Can you speak to that?
I can't discuss that.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding Americans. Last year, President Trump signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law, which included the Hearing Protection Act, part of it that was sponsored by myself and Congressman Clyde. It reduced the national firearms tax, $200 tax on suppressors and short-barreled firearms, to zero. And while the tax has been eliminated, the NFA's registration and paperwork requirements remain in effect. And your DOJ has said that would, even though the tax was reduced to zero, that the registration requirement is still somehow necessary, even though with regard to Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, when that mandate was, when that tax penalty was reduced to zero, you decided that the mandate was no longer necessary. How are you justifying the existence of this registry?
Congressman, that's pending litigation right now.
It is, and I hope
Yes,
you would
and I can't
reconsider that. I yield back.
Gentleman yield?
I yield to the chairman.
I think that Attorney General Bondi, why did Jack Smith have to pay some secret source $20,000 of taxpayer money? Do you know the answer to that?
I can't discuss anything on that matter, but that's a good question, Chairman Jordan.
Well said, it's a good question, because he subpoenaed just about every Republican in this town, got half the Congress's phone numbers if you were a Republican. But he has to pay some secret source, a bunch of taxpayer money. We'd like to know, the committee would like to know how many other sources he paid. Was it more than $20,000? Why he had to do those things? We'd like to know when you can, if you could get that information to the committee. I think when you think about the guy who was trying to put the president of the United States in prison, ridiculous as that whole thing was, we'd kind of like to know the answer to that if you could. And with that, we're going to stand in recess. We will go as quickly as we can and vote.
All right, so they're about to have a recess, but I'm gonna go past this recess. But I mean, I don't really get what people are saying. Y'all think that she was acting the way that she should be acting in this whole thing? Y'all think that how she was behaving was right? I don't think so. Like all that arguing and going back and forth, not being able to, compose herself and speaking over people, not answering questions, and it gets worse. Let's go.
Quote, if you come for law enforcement, the Trump administration will come for you, end quote. I want to show you just a brief video. It's about 30 seconds, and I'll ask you a couple questions about it.
Hey, you guys are disgusting. I'm former law enforcement. You're disgusting. You are the Nazi. You are the Gestapo, and you can't see it. You're chasing your pension, right? Pension. Your retirement, right? That's what runs your life, your retirement. The sad thing is they're not even going to get the pension. And shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Quote, if you come for law enforcement, the Trump administration will come for you, end quote. I want to show you just a brief video. It's about 30 seconds, and I'll ask you a couple questions about it.
You guys are disgusting, man. Hey, you guys are disgusting. I'm former law enforcement. You're disgusting. You are the Nazi. You are the Gestapo, and you can't see it. You're chasing your pension, right? Pension. Your retirement, right? That's what runs your life, your retirement. The sad thing is they're not even going to get the pension. And shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Attorney General Bondi, that man works for you now, right?
Who was that, Congresswoman?
The man in that video, the one who was in the police-worn body cam footage, the one allegedly yelling, kill him, at police officers on January 6th, his name is Jared Wise.
He does work for us.
He works for you at the
Yes,
Department of
he
Justice.
does. He does.
This is an individual whom a federal grand jury indicted for 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors related to his participation in the attack on January 6th. One of those charges was forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, and interfering with police with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the chief law enforcement officer of the United States of America to hire at the Department of Justice. Someone on video yelling, kill him, at police officers, right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was pardoned. You're right. You're right. Pardoned by President Trump for his offense. Pardoned for yelling, kill him, at police officers. And yet you expect hardworking police officers across the country to believe that you take law enforcement seriously. You could imagine the reaction of so many folks across the country hearing the chief law enforcement officer of the United States refuse to even condemn what that individual whom you've now hired did. But in any event, let's talk a little bit about some of the other divisions within the Department of Justice and what's happened over the last year. You're familiar with the public integrity section of the DOJ's criminal division. I think it's referred to as PIN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time. It was-
Madam Attorney General.
Because I don't like.
Mr. Chairman,
I don't
explain
answer
the way
a question the way
that
you
he
like
does
it.
reclaim his time.
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked me a
work?
question, but you don't
How
want
many
the
people
answer.
work
I'm not
for the
gonna answer your
National
questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many?
I'll answer PIN.
You,
Penn will not be
You know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about
Chairman,
this?
you know what the answer is? And I think I
What's
understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question, because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
No one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in your
So,
district.
in any event,
who
I would-
murdered people.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by
I've
the
been
witness?
very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time.
I might as well ask the chairman these questions,
I'd be happy
because
to
what
answer
is
some of your questions.
what's profound, the questions I've
Profound?
asked,
The crime in
questions
your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for dealing with fraud? That's something that's happened in this administration. First time. You talked about Penn. That happened with this Justice Department.
We're talking about this committee. Mr. Chairman, had you answered the question, had the Attorney General answered the question in that way, perhaps this hearing would have some modicum of resembling something that has typically been fairly conventional, an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice.
The gentleman's
That is
time
not
has
this.
expired. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, I want to express my gratitude to the President, you and your team for your continued efforts against extreme anti-energy policies taken by states and cities that serve only to increase costs on the American people. This is an issue of great concern for Congress as well as the consumers. At the behest of networks of non-governmental organizations and anti-growth activists, Democratic-controlled states and cities are enacting laws and pursuing coordinated lawsuits that would impose retroactive liability on energy producers for past global emissions based on speculative future climate change harms. The proponents of these plans call them climate superfund laws, but in reality, that is simply window dressing for taxes and fees imposed on consumers and businesses that don't even have a presence in these states or communities.
Okay, I just had a poll and we just had one. Was Pam Bondi out of line? Pam Bondi out of line in how she was behaving on this whole thing? And we had a 64% yes, she was very out of line. Shouts out to the chat.
But if you look at the billions of dollars they hope to gain from these efforts, the real goal here is to increase their already mismanaged state budgets by imposing fees on consumers and businesses in energy producing states such as the state of Wyoming. I would describe this as the tobacco litigation on steroids. Vermont has enacted such a law, and another has recently gone into effect in New York. Similar laws are under consideration in a number of other states. Clearly, this problem is spreading. Would you agree that Congress has not authorized states to impose retroactive liability against energy producers and lawful carbon emissions?
Yes,
And would you also agree that protecting consumers is a core part of the DOJ's mission?
absolutely.
Would you further agree that combating state policies that seek to hide and shift the true cost of programs like these onto consumers fits within your mission?
Yes.
So Attorney General Bondi, fossil fuels are the foundation of the U.S. economy, and the recent winter storms underscored that gas, coal, and oil remain essential to grid reliability and heating our homes. Can you confirm that the DOJ is fully committed to using all available legal tools to stop these state and local level attacks on domestic energy production?
Congresswoman, we are committed to that, and so is the entire administration. We talk about that a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The President's April 2025 executive order directed the DOJ to identify and act against state laws that burden U.S. energy production. What concrete actions has the DOJ and the administration more broadly taken to carry out this directive?
Well, we filed 4 lawsuits. We're filing multiple lawsuits. Many things are pending within this office to carry that out.
Okay. States continue to invent new causes of action to pursue state climate lawfare, as is evidenced by Michigan's recent novel claim related to antitrust violations. The city of Boulder, Colorado has also filed such a lawsuit, despite refusing my challenge that they actually forego the use of fossil fuels if they disagree with them so much. Does the Department of Justice agree that these novel approaches require a federal response, and will the department pursue such an approach?
Yes, Congresswoman, and we'd be happy to talk to you more about that.
Wonderful,
Yes.
thank you. Multiple climate lawsuits are now advancing toward trial, even in states that rely on those energy forms to provide heat and electricity for their citizens. In fact, in any community, that they all rely upon fossil fuels in some fashion. Is the department actively considering intervention to protect federal supremacy over interstate emissions and energy policy?
Yes, would be happy to discuss that with you.
Thank you. And clearly, this is an area in which Congress has a role to play. To that end, I'm working with my colleagues in both the House and Senate to craft legislation tackling both these state laws and the lawsuits that could destroy energy affordability for consumers. To that end, are there any authorities or tools that DOJ and the administration don't currently have at their disposal that would be helpful in that effort that Congress could adopt?
Well, we work with multiple agencies throughout the administration, but I'd be happy to talk to you about that more.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate your effort in this regard.
And may I have 20
Please.
seconds of your time
Please.
before to address something?
Yes.
Thank you. Your colleague, Senator Neguse, didn't want to talk about crypto because he said I was a disgrace talking about crypto because he didn't want to talk about the tremendous crime in his jurisdiction. He voted no on preventing violence against women by illegal aliens. Yet on June 1st, 2025, Mohammed Solomon attacked members of the group Run for Their Lives in Boulder, Colorado, where an 82-year-old woman sustained burns on over half of her body and eventually died from her injuries.
I believe that she was a Holocaust survivor.
She was.
The time the gentlelady has expired.
back.
The gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bondi, as the Florida Attorney General, attorneys from your office handled the appeal of my son, Jordan Davis's murder, which was denied. As a result of the efforts of those attorneys under your watch, the court actually upheld the life sentence for a man who used prejudice as his defense for murdering my son and scarring his friends for life. Attorneys from your office under your management worked hard to remove a dangerous man from the community who terrorized innocent people like my son and his friends. The compassion and respect that my family received throughout that ordeal were critical in helping us keep faith in the rule of law and justice. Based on my experiences, I've seen how strong victim services, sustained investigations, and well-supported prosecutors can make a meaningful difference in the lives of families who are grieving and suffering. Ms. Bondi, just yes or no, would you agree that government officials should be respectful and supportive of victims' families as they mourn?
First, Congresswoman, thank you for talking about that. And I'm so very sorry for what happened to your family.
Thank you.
And yes, I agree with that with all victims, including the one sitting behind us today. I absolutely do. And
Okay.
also, thank you for voting yes on the Lake and Riley Act.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so your answer is why the recent treatment of families in Minnesota raises really serious concerns for me. Because shortly after Mr. Alex Preddy was murdered, administration officials referred to him as an assassin and called Mr. Preddy the definition of domestic terrorism. They also lied about Mr. Preddy holding a gun and threatening officers. After Ms. Renee Good was murdered by ICE officials in Minneapolis, administration officials also accused her of being a domestic terrorist and investigated her wife in a clear act of retaliation. The statement Mr. Preddy's mother made after the murder resonated with me more than you'll ever imagine. She said that, and I'm quoting, "The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting," end quote. And I assure you, I know how it feels to hear lies that are told to justify the taking of someone's son. They were used by my son's murderer as a defense, and those lies still affect me today. He was called a thug, and he was called a gangbanger. And the attorneys from your office actually defended my son's name, his memory, and defended his honor. I'm certain that Mr. Preddy's mother watched videos of her son, Alex, an ICU nurse at the VA hospital, using his phone to record federal agents. She also watched him getting pepper sprayed, kicked, hit in the head, and surrounded by at least 7 agents before having his gun removed from his waistband, which he legally carried. And she watched seconds later as 2 of those agents shot her son, Alex, at least 10 times. The administration was quick to spew an incorrect narrative and call him so many things that they wanted us to ignore the truth that we actually saw with our own eyes. Ms. Bondi, will you denounce the statements that were made to tarnish the names of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and will you protect their names like those attorneys back in Florida under your watch protected my son's name?
What I will say is we are looking at everything to shed light on what happened that day, and it is an ongoing and active investigation. Both of those cases, and I assure you they will be investigated.
Investigating, we understand that, but will you do everything in your power, as you have done for my case, as you are asked to do, as you've sworn an oath to do? It is your responsibility to make sure that you are following the rule of law. Those families in Minnesota, they deserve the same respect. They deserve a full investigation, which you have not even begun to do yet. So what are you saying? Is that they don't deserve any respect for a full investigation into their murders?
Well,
That
that's
is
not
incompetence on your behalf.
Well, that
The
is not
American
accurate.
people do deserve better. Non-commitment to defending the rule of law is what we see from you.
I
I
told
will
you we
always
were
stand up for
investigating.
survivors, and I heard you say earlier when you told us that you will fight for them as well. And based on the information before us, these families have not received the same commitment to investigate what happened to their loved ones, nor have they received the respect that I would expect from the nation's top law enforcement officer. Investigations have been slow-walked, they've been canceled, and the special agent assigned to Renee Good's investigation resigned following pressure from your officials to reclassify Ms. Good's case.
Time of the
For
gentlelady.
families seeking answers and accountability, the withdrawal of investigative
Time of the
resources is
gentlelady
simply
has
unacceptable.
expired. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, I get the sense that we've lost a little perspective here. The most fundamental responsibility of government is to protect the lives and property of its citizens. Now, you cited some crime figures in your opening statement, and I wonder if you could repeat them, because I think it's one of the most extraordinary achievements of the Department of Justice in our history. And I don't think some of my colleagues heard you clearly.
Thank you, Congressman. And would you mind if I address something that
Go right ahead.
Congresswoman McBath wouldn't let me address first?
Go right ahead.
The reason that she wants to continue to talk about Minnesota, which we will all day long, is she doesn't want to talk about her own jurisdiction in Atlanta, because she doesn't want to talk about Christopher Welcher, who traveled across state lines to try to meet, and nothing's funny about this, to meet and molest a 14-year-old girl in Georgia. That's why they're watching the clock. The American people should know for the second it runs out, because they don't want to address anything in their jurisdiction. They're elected to represent people in their jurisdiction. We prosecuted illegal aliens who ran a large-scale meth operation in the Atlanta metro area.
You understand we don't
Thank
prosecute,
you.
right, Ms. Bondi?
Madam Attorney
And-
General,
On the law,
I'm sorry, thank you.
McClintock.
So yes, the statistics I spoke of earlier, Congressman, under the leadership of the FBI, historic work has been done. A drop 20% in the nationwide murder rate in 2025. Least murders in our country since 1900, and that is to the work because of the
it's
credit
not
of
just
Donald Trump.
homicides, is it? It's also other violent crimes, robbery. Could you go through that list real quick?
Yes, Congressman, 100% increase in violent crime arrest in 2025 compared to 2024.
What's that done to the violent crime rate in the country?
It's plummeting. 1,800
Wait a
gangs.
second, wait a second. Do you mean to honestly tell us, and you're under oath, that if we take violent criminals off the streets, we end up with less crime?
I certainly hope so, Congressman, and that's our goal, and that's
That's an
President Trump's
extraordinary concept, and I'm afraid it may be lost on some of our Democratic colleagues. I look at these numbers and they're absolutely staggering. It didn't happen by accident. It happened because of specific policies that you've implemented this year. And you mentioned a few of them. Would you continue?
Over 6,000 child victims located, 22% increase. Over 1,700 child predators arrested, 10% increase. Over 300 human traffickers arrested. Let me jump down to DEA right now. That was just FBI. Under Terry Cole's leadership, and I talk to these people almost daily, our directors, and the amazing work that they're doing in all of your jurisdictions on the left and the right, working together to take drugs off our streets.
Right. And I assume that our Democratic colleagues, some of whom represent some of our most crime-plagued cities and communities, have thanked you for this extraordinary accomplishment.
Thank you, Congressman. We've seized more than 9,800 kilos of fentanyl and 47 million fentanyl pills. That affects every single person in this room. It doesn't matter what political party you are. Everyone in this room knows someone who's died from fentanyl. A parent, a child, a sister, a brother, a friend, a neighbor, a relative. Everyone here knows someone who has been impacted by that. That is the common ground that I wish we could find to work together in this country, to take these drugs off the streets. And someone nodded with vapes.
Well, in your opening statement, you said this historic success in protecting the lives and property of Americans has occurred when local governments have cooperated with you.
Yes.
Let me ask you, what are the greatest impediments you're facing in bringing down crime across the country?
Well, when local governments, of course, do not cooperate with us, and that's where criminals flee, in jurisdictions where they know they will be protected by local governments. And this is all about working together, and we have shown that in what we did in D.C., what we're doing in Memphis, working together with Democrat mayors in these cities, right here in D.C.
And very quickly, could you tell us about the Safe Cities program and give us your read on what cities that avail themselves of this program can expect?
Yes, so far, of course, we've been working in Washington, D.C., right here to do everything we can, working hand in hand with the mayor, with the Metro PD to keep everyone safe in D.C. And it's been a tremendous effort. And now we're in Memphis, working with the mayor in Memphis, as we talked about earlier, doing everything we can. These are iconic cities in our country. And we want to help every city in this country who wants and asks for President Trump's help to make America safe again.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chair, I have, you see.
let the record show that Democrat was applauding the Attorney General's answer there. The unanimous consent?
Yes, please.
All right, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have a few unanimous consent requests. I would like to submit into the record this New York Times article titled "Alex Pretty's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening Lies About His Life." I also would like to submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled "J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Pretty."
Hello, you getting beat up?
Assassin claim one more.
What's going on? You getting beat up over here?
The chat is going in on me, man. AT2.
Hold on, let me see. Let me see what these hoes saying over here. What they gotta say?
They are going in.
What you motherfuckers gotta say? Or you mofos gotta say, huh?
Right. Release the.
Pam Bondi is protecting pedos, and she's protecting Trump because Trump is listed 38,000 times in the Epstein file.
No, 1 million. They just found out it was 1 million. It's 1 million.
Oh, yeah, I just heard that. 1 million. From what we have not seen, exactly, because they won't release the rest of the files.
Right.
Everybody think they're trying to protect all these other people. No, they're trying to protect Trump. That's who they're trying to protect. The same man y'all defending is the same man that called it a hoax. Your mama lying. I ain't lying. Don't be calling me no liar. Y'all know it's true.
Honey, I can't even. It's so many people talking. I can't even hit
Hey,
you.
what you hoes gotta say? One of you hoes click the link.
Right.
Come on. Come on. Click that link, ho. Click that link. I ain't no punk like Genesis. I'm just.
Welcome to the chat, AT2, because people have been getting up in here talking.
Y'all defending Pam Bondi. Y'all look ridiculous defending that lady. Right. You defending that predator. Don't forget, Pam Bondi used to work in Florida. You know, the same place that originally had charged Jeffrey Epstein and gave him that sweetheart deal, as they say. Because don't forget, he was charged in Florida in 2008.
Thank you. And what I'm looking at is that this whole hearing, they tried to like kiss her behind a little bit. And honey, the chat just goes crazy. Like, yes, Pat Bondi for life. We love Pat Bondi. I'm like, bro, no, she is
Pam
I'm sorry,
Bondi.
my bad, Pam. I'm sorry. We love Pam Bondi. You know, I would call her a Pat because she's like a, you know what I'm saying, like a Pat.
Listen, but she's only doing what Trump is telling her to do. That's the thing.
Yes, TDS is real. See, scam. Yes, scam. Yes.
Yeah, this is why she's covering up for him, because he wants it covered up. He wants this thing to go away. How are they trying to call it? If it's a Democratic hoax, then why are they trying to call in Bill Clinton to come testify? If it's a hoax you don't give any attention to, right?
Pretty
and
much.
If it's a hoax, you would put it all out there and be like, hey, this is all the information. It was a hoax. It was saying to find out. See, when people thought they were releasing the Epstein files, they thought that they were going to have like a report. You know how they did with the Russia thing, how they had a report? It wasn't a report. Like, it was literally just going to release a whole bunch of information. And we, as the people, had to figure it out. Now, the reason why they did that is because they want it to be confusing. Like, this is why they're throwing out names like Jay-Z and all that. And mind you, those claims were unfounded. Like, they weren't true that Jay-Z was helping in any of that. Like, they just want to put all the celebrities out there to kind of confuse, because then you'll be all like, oh, well, they just listed every celebrity. So is every celebrity this or that? And so they wanted to confuse the people.
Right. So could you like give a little bit details into what Pam Bondi's like her whole like role in this entire thing, including?
Well, she's the DOJ. She's the one responsible for charging these pedos, and she does not want to do that. She's also ahead of the DOJ, so she's responsible for all the redactions, and then the redactions were where they're trying to where the victims should have been redacted. They didn't. They actually exposed the names. So this is the controversy. And as you guys seen, she has not talked to any of the victims at all.
Right. And even like they would say, hey, the victims are sitting right behind you. Can you address them? She wouldn't address them.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody finds anything weird about that. That's the part that's crazy, you know? And I wanted to what else do you know about the whole thing?
And the thing is, they don't find it suspicion that Ghislaine was moved to a low security facility, almost like a camp. You don't find that suspicious? Why would Trump do that? Why would he do that? Don't forget, the girl was sleeping with the girls too. Like, she partook in the child, blah, blah, blah. You know, I can't say the word, but she partook in it. Why would you move her to a low maximal security? Like, no, she needs to be in the most raggedy prisons ever. But why is nobody suspicious of that?
Like a dog or something, like a depression dog, and let them to help her to not feel
Yeah, she got some kind of emotional support animal or something that they let her have.
I'm like, honey, they need to have that going on in over there in Angola, over there in Shreveport, Louisiana, with all them people that they put in the hole for long periods of time. But they're gonna like give this girl all this stuff and all the things that have come out with this. And could you please just run down, because every time they tried to ask Pam Bondi,
well, there's nothing to run down on. Like, what specifically they want to know?
People are pretty much saying that, you know, pretty much like that she's the best. She's like the best, and this shouldn't even be about Trump.
No, they're trolling you, Genesis. They're trolling.
So like that whole it shouldn't be about Trump at all.
No, that's a lie. No, that's his best friend, or was his best friend. It should be about him, considering that there's victims in there listing that Trump did X, Y, and Z. He sucked on the girls' nipples until they were raw, allegedly.
What?
So he should be investigated as well too. That was in the Epstein files. Are we not going to talk about it?
Wow.
Why don't they want to talk about that?
And I'm going to ask, like, why? So, is the department is she over the department that allows the actual files to be released?
Yes, she is the DOJ, the Department of Justice.
So they're saying that the rest of the files that were on there are redundant. So, like, oh, they're saying the same thing over and over again. So it's like, well, does that mean that you just don't release them, or you just put out the redundant files? I don't understand. And did they like keep the files? I think that they had Trump and a whole bunch of stuff, and they pulled those files.
There's another 3 million that they have not released.
3 million.
That they said that they can't. So they released so the first one was like 1 million. Then recently, like last week, they released another 3 million, and they said that was it. But there's another 3 million that Congress has been looking at, and they're saying like, you know, this is where, you know, you said the thing like his name is listed over 1 million times. Yeah, this is the stuff that they're trying to hide.
It's on those particular files that they're saying.
It's the ones that the Congress people can go in and access that we don't have access to. Those are the ones that they're redacting. And like they won't put out.
Wow. And so how are you guys like saying this shouldn't be about Jeffrey Epstein? This is what my chat's been saying. This is not about
Jeffrey contributed billions of dollars to the Democratic Party. Listen, it doesn't matter who he donated to. Like, okay, you could say that, but you know, is it proven that they covered up something for him? Like the people that he donated to, like that's the thing. Like that argument is here nor there.
And another thing they were saying is they were saying something to the effect of that one of the biggest things they were mentioning is that the Democrats had the files for a certain amount of time, and it only came out.
So they couldn't actually release the files until 2025. So because Ghislaine was still going through her case, like it was still sealed under New York or whatever, they couldn't just release it. Like it wasn't able to be released until 2025.
All right. So the question is, even if they prove that Trump did all this, what are they going to do? You think they're going to prosecute Trump?
Well, currently everything's under Republican rule. So no, not as of right now, unless things changed in 2026 during the midterms. So Genesis, you know what you have to do. You got to get Jasmine Crockett in that Senate.
Right. That's what I'm working on. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And honey, when I played her video, they didn't like it. They were
and get rid of Hot Wheels. Greg Abbott. Get rid of his ass too.
Yes.
Shit, roll his ass on out of there.
Yes. You know, I'm trying to hit there. It's going really fast. I don't know how to like slow it down.
Not King Trump Daddy. See, you got a whole bunch of trolls in here. Don't pay attention to these.
Right. Listen. Imagine
don't even know what they're talking about.
They have been going in on me this whole time. It was up to 3,000 at one point. I'm like,
how many people you got in here?
Huh?
How many people you got in here? I can't see the number.
Oh, God, it's 876, but it was like 3,000 at one point. They were going crazy. You know, like, bro, I like what? You know what I'm saying? Republicans are excited if you guys get Jasmine Crockett voted, and we would definitely win. It's like 1,078 people now. So Diddy is the cherry.
That's not proven that, if Jasmine Crockett gets nominated, then they'll win. And that's not proven. They tried every different combination in Texas, and like white men, white women, a black guy, like they tried all different combinations and they still lost. So it doesn't matter that, if Jasmine Crockett gets in, if anything, she's the one with the most name notoriety. You want somebody who has an actual name, right?
So this person, why would they prosecute President Trump? He has been cleared on any wrongdoing on numerous occasions. Maybe you left this social idiot.
That's not true that he's been proved. Have you gone on all 6 million of the files to prove that he's innocent? Like, who made the claim that he's innocent? Like, who? And you can make an argument. Who said he was guilty and who said he was innocent? We can make the claim that we don't have all the facts to prove neither one. We can just go by the information that's in the files.
Look how far I went to try to make Michael Jackson look like the pedophile. They made that little boy lie because that boy came out on YouTube as well, and he revealed the truth that his parents were doing something. Like, this is the chat's going too fast for me to click everybody. I would like to because AT2 knows more about this politics stuff than I do. I just think it's crazy to see a person in Congress tripping the way it's been. I've never seen that. I mean, I see it in local politics, but the way that this is going on in actual do you think it makes us look bad when we're in a really political situation like this, and people are just not able to control themselves, talking over each other, not able to allow? Did you see the whole congressional hearing with Pam Bondi?
I didn't see the whole thing. I've just seen a couple of people. I definitely seen the Jasmine Crockett one. I've seen I'd seen the opening statement that all the way through, and then I seen Jasmine Crockett. I seen the one lady who was Jewish that got up and walked away. I forgot that congresswoman's name, but Pam Bondi was trying to call her an anti-Semite, and she was like, "My grandfather died in the Holocaust. Like, what are you talking about?"
So she had to get up and leave. Is that what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So I'm gonna play a little bit more of it. I want you to tell me, because she was not letting people finish. People would ask her.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. She had a whole a burn book. Remember, Jamie Raskin? He said, "I hope you'll answer the question and not go through your burn book." Basically, whatever they were looking up on those computers in that room where they can look at the unredacted files, that basically they were pulling up all the searches that they were doing on those computers. So then she can say, "Oh, well, you looked at this name, you looked at that name." She had a little burn book on each person asking her questions.
Oh, so it was I'm not. So she had certain people that she just was not going to answer, but no matter what.
Yeah, she didn't answer anything directly.
She didn't. That's what I was trying to say. But they're like, oh yeah, Pat Bondi, we love her. Trump is a pedo convicted felon. Exactly.
Yeah.
And a Zionist. Yeah, would not be surprised if she's in the Epstein files. Okay. Thank you. See, just by you being here, the chat has changed up. So these people, like, it was so much Trump going on over here. So every once in a while, I might just need you to come here and just start talking about like what you know about. So that's what
you come in here and start regulating shit. Yeah.
Yeah, because I might not know all the details, so you might be able to say, no, this is what she did, blah 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 blah. And then what happens is that YouTube will like get people that like actually know what the hell's going on, because it became like a Trump ice baby and all this.
It don't matter who a homosexual or not. I'll fuck your mama and your dad at the same time, bitch.
Right.
Sorry,
Who this guy says this? He's a hope.
You gotta talk shit to these people. Don't let these people talk to you any kind of way. You gotta talk shit, Genesis. Punk them. You gotta punk them.
Right. And I already deleted this guy. Oh, that's
it's a troll.
Right.
See, you can't trip over these trolls.
Yeah, I have a lot of trolls.
Shit. Tell your mama and your daddy to call me.
Right. But no, it's like tell your mama and your pappy. Yeah, I'll get rid of them both, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I respond 20 seconds to something that Congresswoman Ross said? Go right ahead. Thank you. She also opposed a sex offender registry as head of North Carolina ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. And I'd like to pick up where you left off a moment ago, because we convene here today as a committee for the stated purpose of conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. And so it's critical for us to focus first on the mission of the department and assess your success in discharging it. So the mission of the department is to enforce federal law, defend the rule of law, and protect the American people from violent crime, terrorism, drug trafficking, fraud, and exploitation, to promote public safety. And what we have heard today unequivocally is that President Trump's Department of Justice, under your leadership, Attorney General Bondi, is doing exactly that. Just a moment ago, you shared with us some incredible statistics that the United States under your leadership has achieved the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That in the first year of this administration, murder is down 21%, robbery is down 23%, carjacking down 43%, and gun assault down 22%. That is what public safety looks like. Under your leadership and that of President Trump, you've located more than 6,000 child victims of trafficking and exploitation, arrested 1,700 child predators, and apprehended more than 300 human traffickers. Significant increases. And those aren't just statistics. Those are precious lives that your department and the men and women of federal law enforcement have saved. Madam Attorney General, you've mentioned a couple of specific criminal trends during this hearing that I'd like to discuss with you further, because one of our important roles in Congress is making sure that our laws and our law enforcement stay ahead of predators as technology evolves. I lead legislation in the House, along with bipartisan co-sponsors on this committee, to make sextortion a clearly defined criminal offense. We actually passed that out of the House of Representatives. We have a bill to promote Operation Renewed Hope, to help rescue more child victims, and the Defiance Act to provide legal recourse to victims of deepfake AI intimate images. I would love to hear your perspective and what you are seeing related to these technology-based criminal trends, sextortion, and AI deepfakes. What are you seeing at the Department of Justice, and why do you believe that efforts to combat these types of crimes are important?
Sextortion, and thank you for supporting that, Congresswoman. I think that was a bipartisan effort, actually. I think many of you on both sides of the aisle supported that. Thank you for that. You know, as a career prosecutor, it's horrible seeing that, and seeing that young women and often young boys have been exploited with sextortion. And I see, thank you, both sides of the aisle nodding on that. It's horrific. The suicide rates go up, and that's why we have to do everything in our power to protect not only young girls, adult women, boys and men from sextortion, because it is happening, and we're doing everything in our power, thanks to your legislation, all of you, to stop that.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about some of the Department of Justice programs, like Project Safe Childhood and the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Forces, partnerships that bring together federal, state, and local law enforcement. Sometimes the work between those law enforcement groups together really creates some incredibly powerful outcomes and some great success stories. I know you, as Florida's Attorney General, had a tremendous amount of leadership in our state trying to make sure we were taking care of children, also the elderly, protecting them from fraud, ending drug trafficking. Tell us a little bit about some of those departments within DOJ.
Yeah, when you talked about Project Safe Neighborhoods, we've done a lot of that in Florida when I was state AG, and actually back when I was a state prosecutor prior to being Attorney General. That is so important. I feel like what we've been doing in DC too, with the Take Back DC and Make DC Safe Again, is similar to that. Going into the neighborhoods, working with the community, seeing law enforcement officers out there playing basketball with kids who live in the neighborhood. It's pretty remarkable what we've seen firsthand. Citizens in Memphis saying that they appreciate, they can walk outdoors now and they feel safe. People coming up thanking law enforcement and working hand in hand with them. We will continue all of these programs and working jointly with both sides of the aisle to keep our families safe.
Thank you for that, Madam Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Gabbard from Mr. Warner and Mr. Himes, and a letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta, and a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make clear for the record, the reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentlemen, without objection, there's unanimous consent. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes. And the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason I think is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay, I'm reclaiming my time. I'm asking you not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what
does ties mean?
I can conclude from what you are saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean?
I think Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been exposed in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace. And that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was he?
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One second.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to
He was shot,
conclude
and
that
she
the president, in
never
fact,
mentioned
did
him
know about his
in
ties
her
because he
district.
was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes,
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic. This
beautiful
is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee will be in
Chair.
order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew
Wow, hold on.
that Epstein
wow.
was a
She said,
convicted
"My
sex.
apologies, I couldn't tell." Honey, you ain't acting like no damn attorney general. She said, "My apologies, I couldn't tell."
Abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'd be up to the gentleman, but.
Absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was.
Weak sauce. Weak
And
sauce.
also, I want the record to reflect that, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
So you want to go there, Attorney?
No. What? I gotta go back here. What did she just say? Now she wants to make it about anti-Semitic?
Sanctuary jurisdictions to try to force them to cooperate with federal immigration law. Federal immigration law, mind you, that was voted on in 1996.
Hold on. She tried to make it about anti-Semitic? Hold on. That was out of line right there. Hold on.
Conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
You're
This
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic. This
beautiful
is
state.
pathetic,
The
Mr.
committee will be in
Chair.
order.
I am not asking trick questions here. The
You got your
American
5
people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'd be up to the gentleman, but.
Absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was.
Weak sauce. Weak
And
sauce.
also, I want the record to reflect that, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
Is
oh,
Jewish. I just want to be clear.
Oh, do you want to go there, Attorney
time
General?
belongs
Or
to
do
the
you
gen-
want to go there? Are
Time
you
belongs to the
serious?
gentleman
Talking
from
about
South
anti-Semitism
Carolina.
to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust?
time. I'm
Really?
reclaiming my time.
Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
The ranking member knows that.
Can I get like 30 seconds back,
Yeah, I've been,
Alan
I
took
think the
30
whole
of mine.
committee knows. I've been very
All right,
generous,
thank you.
making sure everyone gets their 5 minutes in the
Attorney
second.
General, I'm going to talk about sanctuary cities for a second, which limit the federal government's ability to enforce immigration law. They're kind of a new thing that Democrat jurisdictions are doing. They're in violation of federal law. During President Trump's first term, he rightly targeted sanctuary jurisdictions to try to force them to cooperate with federal immigration law. Federal immigration law, mind you, that was voted on in 1996 most recently in a bipartisan Congress, signed by a Democrat president. But they are in violation of that law. These states and jurisdictions feel entitled to certain grants, of course. Y'all are combating that. Do sanctuary policies limit the federal government's ability to accurately estimate how many criminal illegals are in the country?
Yes.
Thank you. This means that the number of illegals could be higher, probably higher. Does this hurt the federal government's ability to carry out immigration laws designed by Congress?
Yes, Congressman.
In your opinion, do you believe that the Biden-Harris administration and Democrat pro-sanctuary policies make our communities safer and for the American taxpayer?
Do sanctuary policies make our communities safer?
No, Congressman.
I want to do a brief video to highlight sanctuary cities. So what's strange to me, if you look at this board behind me, in New York, there are 7,000 criminal legal aliens since January 20th of last year that have been released into the public because New York is not honoring detainers requested by ICE. California, similarly, has released 4,500 criminal legal aliens. There are 33,000 under detainer in California alone. And of the people released, I think it's remarkable that those released in New York, 29 homicides, 2,500 assaults, almost 200 burglaries. These are people that are released into our community by these states that refuse to cooperate. Last August, Michael Jordan Castellano Fonseca, a criminal illegal alien with ties to Tren de Agua, shot 2 people in front of 5 children in the sanctuary state of Colorado. DHS lodged a detainer on him. He's awaiting trial, but the question is whether Colorado's sanctuary policies will prevent him from being removed from the country. Yes or no? Do you think that sanctuary jurisdictions, if they cooperated with ICE, those illegals in custody could be transferred to ICE properly instead of being held in taxpayer-funded jails and then released into our community?
Yes, Congressman.
Wouldn't it be more efficient and safer then if Democrats simply cooperated with the federal government, these sanctuary jurisdictions cooperated with the federal government and honored ICE detainers? And why? Why do you think?
Of course, because so many criminals are running to sanctuary jurisdictions. Many of your colleagues across the aisle who we've seen speaking today about Epstein don't want to talk about the illegal criminals in their own jurisdiction for that reason. And yes, we need to do everything we can to work together to make America safer, and they're not doing that.
This is not a partisan issue. People want to feel safe in their communities. Nobody wants a criminal legal alien released into the street. I think that the thing that maybe the American people don't quite understand is that when you do not honor a detainer, as we've seen, an illegal is released into the public, and now it's up to ICE to maybe apprehend them, rather than behind the courtroom passing them off from one law enforcement to the next. Is that true?
Absolutely.
What do you think? What is the Department of Justice doing right now to combat sanctuary policies in our country?
We're doing everything in our power, obviously, to combat that. Donald Trump is doing everything he can because we are going to make America safe. We are going to get illegal criminal aliens out of this country. We're going to get the gangs out, TDA, MS-13, all of the gangs in this country. We're going to get the drug dealers out and the drugs, and that's what we've been fighting to do. And I wish we could do it on a bipartisan basis, but they just can't do it.
And the decrease in numbers speak for themselves. Thank you for your work.
Gentleman's time.
Mr. Chairman, we have some UCs if that's okay.
That is okay.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. You see on the National Institute of Justice's study on undocumented immigrants having an offender rate lower than U.S.-born citizens. I'd like to enter this in the record from 2024.
Without objection.
And I have several myself, Mr. Chairman. The Guardian, January 26, 2026. Why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?
Objection.
January 2026, NBC. Trump's pardons forgive financial crimes that came with hundreds of millions of dollars in punishment.
Objection.
Washington Post, December 19, 2025. Trump's pardons wipe out payments to defrauded victims.
Objection.
And finally, May 30th, 2024. Trump found guilty by Manhattan jury on 34 felony counts of fraud.
Objection. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee. I understand
Whoa,
why
I thought
you're
you were
hiding
hiding,
from us.
Chairman?
You're one of the worst attorney generals in our history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless authoritarian agenda. And I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds for impeachment. But there's so much more to your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of court when you sued Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize low-level immigration cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption. You revived draconian
You're
law
talking
of
about public corruption to
1798,
me? Whoa.
which should be repealed to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador. You fired over 100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause, and installed unqualified military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute the president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James while giving impunity to federal agents who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood. I saw it last year firsthand. You and Kash Patel covered up the murder of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in my district by ICE agents. You tried to investigate Renee Good instead of the ICE agent who murdered her, and you tried to cover up the murder of Alex Peretti by CBP agents. You bring fake charges against protesters like the Broadview Six and Marimar Martinez, whom your administration labeled a domestic terrorist. This is the Montessori teacher who lived in my district, while protecting thugs who terrorize us and DHS authority. That's what you do. Protect and enable the criminals who are plundering our society and destroying what's left of democracy and the rule of law. Epstein accomplices, mass DHS thugs, corporate criminals, Tom Homan, Eric Adams, insurrectionists, the list goes on. And you talk about fighting crime, but you protect any criminal who helps you and Trump turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about conservative judges who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership. Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And even your own boss has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you already. You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you. The American people reject you. Our communities have demonstrated our strength and resilience in the face of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem and impose accountability for every criminal action. But you can spare yourself more humiliation. Resign now and submit yourself to accountability by the American people. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this Wall Street Journal article dated January 12, 2026, entitled, "Trump has complained about Pam Bondi repeatedly to aides." Thank you, and I yield back.
Objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman.
May I have 20 seconds, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's hear the opposition research.
Thank you. That's absolutely right, that they're not running for, he's not running for office again because, well, I don't know why you're not running for office again, but after the filing deadline, you publicly announced you would not run when your chief of staff, Patty Garcia, announced and took your seat.
That's a state matter. That isn't a federal matter. You should investigate crimes. You should investigate violations of the law.
The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
And a little flexibility on the time. I appreciate it, Chairman. Madam Attorney General, am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice has prosecuted cases of non-citizen voting? So it's false, as some of my Democratic colleagues have claimed, that it doesn't happen.
Yes.
I ask that today because we're voting on the Save America Act today to enact common sense policies to ensure only American citizens vote in American elections and enact federal voter ID laws. But it's true, for example, that in just this month, a federal grand jury in Newark indicted two men with illegally voting in federal election and making false statements. Mohammed Mazammel and Mohammed Shakil were non-citizens at the time they registered to vote. This happens, it happens regularly, and you're prosecuting those crimes, correct?
Yes.
But does that prosecution of those criminals overturn their previously cast votes?
That's all pending.
But it does not overturn votes that they've cast, right? So passing the Save
no,
America Act
Congressman.
would help deal with that problem.
Yes, Congressman.
Second question. As Attorney General, you're in charge of the Executive Office of Immigration Review, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
The Biden-Mayorkas regime caused the immigration court case backlog to explode, correct?
Explode.
Does that sound about right that in September of 2020, 4 months before President Biden took office, there was a backlog of 1.5 million cases, but by the time President Biden left office, the backlog reached nearly 4.2 million cases?
It sounds about right, but I don't have the exact numbers.
It would be accurate to say that most individuals who file for asylum have a meritless or fraudulent claim?
Most. I don't have the numbers.
No. So does it sound correct that of the asylum cases adjudicated in FY 2023 under the Biden regime, that only 14% resulted in an asylum grant and only 12% in fiscal year 2024? Does that sound correct?
It sounds correct. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers.
Could you get that information to us to
Yes,
verify
absolutely.
that
I'll
data?
get all that information to you.
Under the Trump administration, immigration judges complete an average of 65,000 cases per month, the highest average completion rate in at least a decade. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Ms. Bondi, how many new cases under EOIR received in fiscal year 2025 have you all had? And of those, what percentage have been granted asylum? Do you know?
I can try to get you those numbers. I thought I had those.
That'd be great, because my question is whether President Trump's decision to pause asylum in the wake of the shooting of a National Guardsman by an Afghani here in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital, helped to stop the backlog in your office. Does that sound correct?
Yes, Congressman.
My point being that the leadership of this administration is ending the backlog, reducing the backlog, making sure that we don't have fraudulent asylum claims clogging it, and keeping Americans safe. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So a couple other quick questions on another important topic that has been raised by both colleagues on both sides of the aisle with respect to the Epstein case. A few questions. One, Jeffrey Epstein was charged in July 2019 for sex trafficking under the Trump administration in his first term. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And that Ghislaine Maxwell was charged in 2020 also under the Trump administration, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So it is safe to say that the administration led on that issue and that there was silence in the previous administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman. Almost complete silence from everyone who's been trying to still talk about Epstein. They didn't say a word under the Biden administration. Nothing.
And I want to make one other point and then another question, though, that is important. I want to make one observation. That is that we've heard the information today, which is troubling, that Jane Doe's, that victims' information was made public and was unredacted in the files that were released on Friday. So my question is, some of us had argued when we were dealing with the discharge petition in Congress, that when Congress inserted itself into the process, that we needed to be very careful to ensure that we were protecting victims. So a question that is both, I just want to make that clear that some of us were fighting for that here, and we didn't get a chance to amend it or change it. So that was concerning. But a question a little more pointed, I have to say, is why, though, were the victims' names released that shouldn't have been? That there were names in the files, that these Jane Doe's, that their names shouldn't have been made public when there were some accusers whose names were redacted. That's question one. And question two was that Ghislaine Maxwell was put in jail for trafficking minors. Rightly so, and you properly said here at this table, you hope she dies in jail. Well, I want to know, will anyone besides her or Epstein, which I congratulate President Trump's previous administration and this Department of Justice for continuing all of that, but that they were indicted, but will anyone else be indicted and prosecuted under this, given the information that's in front of us? So two questions.
Thank you for letting me answer that. They didn't want to hear my answer on the other side. Yes, given the tight time frame of 30 days, I believe we got everything released within a little over 60 days. I'm talking as fast as I can. My time is up. We did the best we could immediately. If everyone's been coming to view the documents, if someone's name should not have been redacted, we're releasing it. If someone's name was redacted, we said right away, was not redacted and should have been, meaning a victim. We went back and redacted it. We're doing everything we can based on the tight time frame and over 3 million pages that we released that Donald Trump signed for pure transparency. Second, what was your second question?
About whether another individual will be indicted.
Absolutely. Thank you for asking that. And they never wanted to hear the answer to that. We have pending investigations in our office.
Time the gentleman has expired. Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I have several UCs
You'd like
as
to proceed?
receipts. I'd like to have unanimous consent to introduce the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7 dated September 25th, 25.
Objection.
The Bondi Department of Justice memo dated December 4th, 2025.
Objection.
An article from Newsweek entitled DOJ Deletes Study Alleging Rise in Far-Right Terrorism dated September 18th, 2025.
Without objection.
Notice article from October 3rd, 2025. Trump's directive on organized political violence could lead to increased surveillance of his critics.
Without objection.
Washington Post article, September 25th, 2025. Trump targets domestic terrorists, but only mentions the radical left.
Without objection.
Idaho Capital Sun, October 18th, 2025. Rest easy, Idahoans. The No King demonstrators are American patriots.
Without objection.
Attacks on freedom of speech, what nonprofits need to know, published by the National Council of Nonprofits, the largest network of nonprofits in America.
Without objection.
The Freedom from Religious Foundation warns that Bondi memo weaponizes federal law enforcement against non-Christians and dissenting viewpoints.
Without objection.
A Ken Klipperstein blog from January 28th, 26, ICE's secret watch lists of Americans.
Without objection.
And an Intercept article from February 2nd, 26, Trump calls his enemies terrorists. Does that mean he can kill them?
Without objection. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time, and I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in my hometown of Parkland when we passed a bipartisan bill, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles, a scope, a silencer, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, an anti-Semitic manifesto. My name was the only name on the target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However, the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stopped. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room. But Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public. And in 2012, we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see you flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me. And because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find offense to that. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book, which is the best one. What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to clear something up that was said earlier and is frequently said and is manifestly not true. And that is the supposed small number of crimes committed by immigrants or illegal immigrants in the country. That has been based on a poorly done study by the Cato Institute, and I believe the Cato Institute itself has even updated that study. The reason that we know that study is not true is that those statistics are not out there. For whatever reason, when somebody is arrested, even for very serious crimes, we do not have on the paperwork whether that person is a legal or illegal immigrant. Okay? If I go to one of my local sheriffs in Wisconsin and ask them how many illegal immigrants in your jail, they will say, I have no idea. We don't keep track of that. When I tour the federal prison right outside of my district, and I ask them, in this federal prison, how many of your inmates are illegal aliens? They will tell me, we have no idea. We don't keep track of that. So whenever you hear a Democrat or anybody or a pundit say that, oh, there's so few illegals committing crimes, it is based on nothing because those statistics are not available anywhere. What I would offer in the next round of appropriation bills, if one of my Democrat colleagues wants to help me out, perhaps in appropriations we can get funds to add to all the paperwork whenever anybody is convicted of crime as to whether or not they are citizen or non-citizen. And then we will have the statistics. But otherwise, whenever you hear somebody say on MSNBC or wherever, oh, so few crimes are committed by illegal immigrants, they don't know what they're talking about because nobody has those numbers. Okay, there's the first thing. Now, the next thing I want to point out, we have had what I think is an unprecedented situation in Minnesota in which they are not assisting ICE in dealing with crimes that are going on up there. In other words, ICE is left to its own devices. When I talk to my local sheriffs, they tell me that whenever a federal agency is engaged in work in Wisconsin, they always make themselves available in case that federal agency needs assistance. This could be something like ICE under DI. It could be drug enforcement. It could be ATF. It could be FBI. It could be Secret Service. It could be the U.S. Marshal. Nobody that I have been able to find, any sheriff in the state of Wisconsin, is aware of any circumstances in which they did not make themselves available to federal law enforcement, either if they need somebody extra to do surveillance, to just park a marked car outside the area, to assist in apprehension of a criminal, if they need assistance with an additional SWAT team, if they need to transport somebody. Local law enforcement is always there. Now, you are not in charge of ICE, but you're in charge of several other agencies. Have you ever heard of anything like what's going on in Minnesota, where the governor or the local mayor refuses to give assistance to federal law enforcement?
I have in Portland and some other cities where they weren't cooperating. But as I said, I spent about 4 days. I did spend 4 days in Minnesota, and I believe many of the local law enforcement wish they could work with us to make their city safe.
Okay, now we'll switch to something else. First of all, I'd like to thank you for doing this today. You're obviously very bright, obviously very confident, and something I love. You tolerate fools gladly, so I appreciate that trait. You suffer fools gladly. In hearings like this, we often focus on new initiatives undertaken by the department. Today, I'd like to give you an opportunity to discuss actions implemented under the Biden administration's Department of Justice, such as the Foreign Influence Task Force that you have since terminated. And it's always rare to see anything in the government terminated. But could you elaborate on those decisions and highlight the accomplishments of your tenure at Justice?
Thank you for asking that. We are out of time, but may I answer, Chairman?
Go ahead.
Thank you. The Biden administration weaponized the Foreign Corruption Practices Act. And on February 10th, President Trump issued an executive order pausing that for a DOJ review. Under Deputy Attorney General Blanche's supervision, a comprehensive review was led, and the department issued new guidelines protecting all Americans and protecting against the weaponization that happened under the Biden administration.
Time the gentleman has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents: an 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York and a draft indictment from Florida against Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand nor are permitted by the bill, they were still redacted, even for members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediately providing those 2 documents in unredacted form to members of Congress? Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay, they're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted. And it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege. There is no attorney-client privilege. And I see you're checking with your staff. And I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell,
will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you
were
unredact
lead
this?
counsel on that.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me
to
stop for a
protect-
minute.
I'm
No,
talking.
no.
I'm
If they're
talking.
not privileged,
Quiet.
don't yell at me. If they're not
Mr. Chairman, would you stop the
Even though
clock?
you
This is
use-
on your time. It's not on Mr.
If they're
Goldman.
not
Even though you
privileged,
used your
if we review
improper
them and they're not-
redactions
You'll like my answer.
to
If we
continue
review
to
them and they're not
protect
privileged,
Time belongs
we
to the
will be
member.
happy to release them.
We'll
after
stop the
review.
clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
Even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it. But I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake. There is an email entitled Epstein Victim List. There are 32 names. One is redacted. 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims. Now, in an interview last week,
How will you tell me that's intentional?
in an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche
You can't go off script.
said that any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, with the survivors and victims who are here, please stand up one more time. Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses
Gentleman's
to
time has
talk to,
expired.
and I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott.
May I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
Yes, because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the illegal aliens convicted of crimes. Assault and homicide. No longer a prosecutor, so he doesn't care about his constituents. Here we go. Arson, El Salvador, Miguel Palacios. Fermin Flores Ramales, Mexico, rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Time belongs to Congressman Knott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Attorney General, I want to be sure that the American people understand exactly what we're referring to when we talk about sanctuary policies. They are often framed in sort of innocuous terms like, we refuse to take part in immigration law. And when you add up all of the population represented by these cowardly politicians in sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's a county, city, or state, sanctuary jurisdictions account for roughly 40% of the United States. Now, in reality, it's much more than just a passive exercise. Is that not correct?
Yes.
It's unbelievably active. And in terms of breaking down these terms, I want to break it down in as clearly a term as I can. What is a federal detainer for the American people? Please describe it.
A federal detainer is when someone is held in federal custody.
Yes. And when a federal detainer is issued to local law enforcement, they are obviously in local or state custody, correct?
Yes.
And federal officers take note of that apprehension and they say, we want to come and apprehend him or her to deport them. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in these sanctuary jurisdictions, whether it's California, Illinois, New York, or other places, even in North Carolina, there are sanctuary jurisdictions. That federal detainer often prompts not any cooperation, not any assistance, but a release onto the streets. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, and Congressman, a federal detainer is federal law.
Yes.
That people must abide by, yet these jurisdictions, many of these jurisdictions are not abiding by that.
And we hear a lot of talk from the other side about victims of violent crimes, sex crimes, murders, whatever it may be. But I want to be very clear. Illegal aliens who have been arrested for committing some of the most heinous crimes, they have been released by sanctuary cities, by sanctuary states, rather than being turned over to the federal government for deportation. Isn't that correct?
It is, and it's sad for all Americans that any jurisdiction would do that. These are some of the most violent criminals I think we've all seen.
Yes. And despite their best efforts to obstruct you and the president in making us all safer, I just want to go through a quick list again of the accomplishments that you have been in part responsible for achieving. True or false, the country now has the lowest murder rate in 125 years.
Yes.
True or false, 62 major cities are now reporting rapid decline in murder rates.
Yes.
True or false, robberies are down nearly 20% over the last year.
Yes.
True or false, violent crime is down almost 15% over the past year.
Yes.
True or false, right here in Washington, D.C., violent crime is down almost 30% since President Trump took office.
Yes, and the number may be even better than that, but yes.
Good.
Yes.
True or false, the DEA has seized over 200,000 kilograms of cocaine since President Trump took office.
I believe so, and 78,500 kilos of meth and more than 260,000 kilos of cocaine.
Unbelievable.
That's lives saved every
Unbelievable.
day for all of us, for
Absolutely.
families, for children.
And then true or false, the Department of Justice under your leadership has a 92% success rate at the Supreme Court,
I believe so.
or ballpark.
Ballpark.
And then true or false, this administration is attacking the waste, fraud, and abuse that we have seen in places like Minnesota that is removing billions of hard-earned tax dollars from this country.
Absolutely, and President Trump is committed to doing that in every city in this country.
And Madam Attorney General, just to be very brief here, I want to be sure that you know that many on this committee made very serious efforts to try to amend the Epstein petition to give you the resources and the time to protect victims, to go through and to have the necessary runway to thoroughly go through that file. Unfortunately, those requests were met with refusal, and we were unable to make the necessary amendments. But thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
The good gentleman yields back. We turn to the good lady from California, Congresswoman Kamlager Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here today. I want to talk with you about an issue on which there is broad bipartisan agreement: the importance of ensuring trust between the American public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Of course, as well as members of
Great,
Congress.
thank you. And would you include yourself as a law enforcement leader?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You know, President Trump has also, he has referred to himself as the chief law enforcement officer of this country. So do you believe that President Trump is honest?
He is the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, and not only is he keeping this country safe, he is keeping this world
It's
safe.
a simple question.
Of
which you
course
didn't
I do.
answer.
He is the
Okay, thank you.
commander-in-chief.
Last June, Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and their dog were brutally murdered in their home. And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime and obtained a 6-count indictment of the murder suspect, stating that he had intent to kill, injury, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. And I have the copy right here. I read through it. Yet a few weeks ago, President Trump suggested publicly that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was behind these murders, posting on his Truth Social account a video raising this conspiracy theory. And it wasn't true. And you know it wasn't true, or else you would not have brought an indictment against the subject. Do you know what else Trump has said? He has said he has cut gas prices by 1,400%. False. That he won the 2020 election.
Actually,
False.
gas is down to $1.99 a gallon, thanks to
that he
President
didn't
Trump.
know Epstein.
Maybe $5 in
That he
California.
sent, it's my time, Mr. Chair. That he sent water to LA during the wildfires. False. that Governor Westmore of Maryland called him the greatest president of his lifetime. False. So many tales, too many to keep up. But I want to go back to what he said about Tim Walz. Do you agree that President Trump undermined public trust in law enforcement by suggesting that Governor Walz was involved in the Hortman murders?
I am not familiar with that statement.
Well, that is a disappointing response. And it is also why your office and Donald Trump have zero credibility. Because I know, and you know, it was a right-wing extremist who murdered the Hortmans. And you and the president are being dishonest with the American people. Last fall, after the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. And his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with this statement? You're taking too long, Madam Attorney General. But you know the answer because your own department has addressed the question. In 24, the DOJ's research arm issued a report on domestic terrorism stating that the far number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremists. The DOJ published their report, and after the president made those comments, the DOJ took the report down. And I sent you a letter asking you a simple question. Why did the Justice Department remove the data that shows right-wing extremists have killed more innocent people than left-wing extremists?
Did you refer to immigration enforcement as domestic terrorism?
You should answer
The
my
answer is
question.
yes.
You're on my time, but you won't. And what I am asking you to do is put the report back, restore the data, stop scrubbing important data from your website, stop taking down reports that you know the American people need to know about. There are violent, dangerous people out here with real threats, and the
There are in your
dishonesty from your agency comes from the covering up of these threats that could hurt American people and put our lives at rest. Do better. And with that, I yield back, Mr.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
May I have one moment?
You may.
Her district includes Culver City, and she's not talking about any crime in her districts, nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details.
Well, thank you, Madam Attorney General, and we are grateful to have you here today. And let me just say that you've shown great perseverance today, and I think you're coming to the last lap here of those of us that are left. But I applaud your strength, and I applaud your resolve. Madam Attorney General, as a pastor for over 37 years now, I take serious issue by agitators to disrupt church services or activities at houses of worship. And I just want to take a moment to clarify some things. I realize you can't talk about pending cases per se, but I do want to ask some very general questions for clarification. Does the DOJ consider unauthorized entry into a house of worship to be protected activity under the First Amendment when undertaken by a member of the press?
Unauthorized with the intent of disrupting, yes.
Okay.
Even
And-
if it's a blogger like Don Lemon.
Correct. How does the DOJ distinguish between news gathering activity and expressive or protest conduct when a press defense is asserted?
Congressman, I met with the pastor of that church, and what happened there was horrific. Of course, the press is welcome, and I would hope all houses of worship, whether it's a synagogue, whether it's a church, any house of worship. However, what happened here is a pending case again, but within the four corners of the indictment, they were, quote, gearing up for a resistance. They entered a house of worship, and I think the video speaks for itself. What happened in there, what the video doesn't show is there were approximately 400 parishioners in there on a Sunday morning, families, grandparents with canes, children upstairs in Sunday school their parents were blocked from getting to them once this resistance took place, and they had named it Operation Pull Up. It was heartbreaking for those families. They were terrified. I think they've all said that, and nothing like that should happen in this country, and under my watch, it won't.
Thank you. And just to clarify, accosting members of a congregation and creating a scene marked by intimidation and threat inside a house of worship would not be protected First Amendment activity, correct?
Absolutely not, and a grand jury has indicted individuals over that.
Thank you. One other question, just shifting a little bit. You know, my home state of North Carolina has been making national headlines at times, particularly in the city of Charlotte. We've made pleas at times for our governor to get involved, bring in the National Guard. Our Fraternal Order of Police had pointed out that we were about 270 local cops below what we needed in order to adequately police the city. And yet the governor's declined to offer to partner with the federal government to bring in reinforcements to Charlotte. I want to give you just a few moments, really the balance of my time, to explain the impact that Memphis Safe Task Force has had on crime and safety in Memphis, because I know there was a place we saw that cooperation has tended to breed great results. And I would love to hear a little more about that.
Thank you. And I have numbers for you too. Well, and we're all right here in DC. We're all living right here in DC. And I think we've seen the remarkable impact that it has working with members of the Democrat Party on this, with law enforcement, with the mayor, with the police chief, doing everything we can to make DC safe. As of February 9th, there were nearly 10,000 arrests. This is DC. 1,000 illegal guns seized since the operation began, with carjackings down 81% from this time last year and violent crime down 42%. DC is safer because of it. We know we had a National Guardsman shot, and we had a beautiful young woman killed. I went to her funeral, and I keep in touch with the National Guardsman who was shot, his parents. He's doing great. He's a miracle. Please continue to pray for him. I know my time is up, but same results I spoke about earlier in Memphis, and we're still working on that with the help of Make Memphis Safe Again.
Well, again, I think it just draws an incredible contrast between what we've seen happening in Minneapolis versus what we've seen happen in DC, what we saw happen in Memphis, and what I would love to see in some ways, if we could ever get our governor to work with us in North Carolina, to happen in Charlotte. But with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kumlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors, because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on, and frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the president of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, We know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter. So let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, "This is a good one." Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up, and this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history. An attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted. So what we talking about? Convict some of these perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you, that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back to make up for the yelling? Thank you. General, did you have anything further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide, Cecil Joseph from Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape, Khalid Khan from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together. And this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General of Florida and I in Kansas. You served professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles, and I'm glad you're there, both generally and today. Part of the reason I ran for Congress is because in my former role, I saw in the real world, in my state, the consequences of failed U.S. immigration and border security policy. And I'll spare you the lengthy recitation, but let me give you the short version. I sit here and think about a fellow who was running, I believe it was drugs for the cartels, and shot a police officer in Oklahoma, drove across the border into my state, kidnapped an old man, and then invaded a house and shot at cops before we ultimately neutralized him. He's in prison now for, I believe, the rest of his life. I'm thinking about a drunk driver who was in our country illegally, never should have been here, and one night killed a young deputy on southern Johnson County, Kansas, who was making a traffic stop on another individual. Drunk driver ran into him, never should have been here, shouldn't happen. Thinking about a guy who was deported repeatedly, came back and ultimately murdered, I believe it was 4 people in Kansas City, Kansas, and then fled to Missouri and killed a 5th guy. He died in prison. Thinking about a guy we prosecuted who wasn't supposed to be in this country, who raped a child in a little rural county up north on the Nebraska border, and we sent him to prison for, I believe, the rest of his life. Thinking about a guy who wasn't supposed to be here at all, who murdered, I think it was his wife or his domestic partner in an act of domestic violence in northwest Kansas. Thinking about another guy who was here and joined up with some folks who were citizens and committed a crime spree and then thought he might get caught, so he killed one of his accomplices. And we sent him to prison for the rest of his life. And that's just the ones I'm thinking about sitting right here. And you know what's common in all of those? They all committed violations of my state's law. They were caught by my state's law enforcement. They were prosecuted by my state's prosecutors. They are serving time in my state's prisons. And if and when they ever get out, the United States has said they need to be sent out of this country because of what they did. There's a list. You're holding up photos, General. There's a list on the Department of Homeland Security's website. It has about 280, 290 people like that in my state of Kansas. And you know what? We haven't made headlines like Minneapolis. We haven't made headlines like Memphis. We haven't made headlines like Los Angeles. And you know why? Because our cops are professionals and our politicians, by law, allow them to do their job and to work with federal agents for safe handoffs in order to do everything that's supposed to be done, justice under state law and the justice of deportation on the back end. So I want to do something that's been rare here today, General. I want to ask you about public policy. Donald Trump won't be president forever. I would like to lock in some of these gains we have made in public safety. Should we be exploring the idea, for example, of beefing up 287G partnerships or maybe replicating that so that state prosecutors can work more closely with federal prosecutors to get deportation orders as well as state convictions?
Absolutely.
In terms of sanctuary jurisdictions, when a sanctuary jurisdiction says as a matter of politics, go pound sand to the feds, we won't honor your detainer, so they release those people I'm talking about into their communities. And those people commit another crime of property or violence against citizens. Should those citizens have some type of civil redress against the jurisdiction that as a matter of public policy turned those people loose who created the new victims?
Yeah, and Congressman, it's risking the lives of all of the citizens of that jurisdiction.
And you've been sued a lot, or the administration has, by folks who don't like your policies.
Hundreds of times.
You've won many of those.
Yes.
Isn't it the case that the law says under Rule 65 that when you win those and there's a wrongfully entered injunction that there's supposed to be a monetary remedy for that, so there's a cost?
Yes.
And didn't the president direct you and other agency heads to start seeking bonds in those cases?
Yes.
And should we beef up the law in that area by codifying that requirement going forward?
I would love to discuss that with you.
Thank you, General. Thank you for being here.
Gentleman yields back. Well done. Some of the questions he raised, we plan on taking up in a markup in a couple weeks on the whole sanctuary jurisdiction issue. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, for taking the time to speak with us. We certainly really appreciate it. I've got a series of questions for you that we can get through pretty quickly, I think. Can you tell me, is it true that the Biden-Harris DOJ raided President Trump's home?
They did.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ allow Jack Smith to spy on over a dozen Republican members of Congress?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seize the phone of a sitting Republican congressman?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and Jack Smith pay at least $20,000 to confidential human sources to provide information on President Trump?
At least.
At least. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI fail to apprehend the suspect who placed pipe bombs near the Capitol ahead of January 6th?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target parents as domestic terrorists?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target pro-life Catholics, going so far as to interview a priest and a choir director?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ send FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates with no criminal histories?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ use the FACE Act to target pro-life advocates while it allowed anti-life agitators to vandalize, destroy, and firebomb pregnancy resource centers and churches?
Multiple times, I believe.
Multiple times. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ ever determine who leaked the Dobbs decision?
I can't discuss that. No, under Biden-Harris.
Got it.
No.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI target whistleblowers for revealing waste, fraud, and abuse within the department to Congress?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ refuse to say whether it coordinated with Alvin Bragg, Fani Willis, and Letitia James in their lawfare against President Trump?
They refused.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ slow walk the criminal investigation and prosecution of Hunter Biden?
That's an understatement, in my opinion.
Yep. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ determine who brought cocaine into the Biden White House?
They did not.
They did not. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the
Well,
extent?
as far as we know, they did not.
Right, that's right. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent of the Russia collusion hoax?
Absolutely, in my opinion. Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ, seek leniency from a federal court for an IRS contractor who leaked sensitive tax information on over 7,600 Americans, including President Trump?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ sue Texas because the state wanted to secure its own southern border?
Yes.
And finally, did the Biden-Harris DOJ attack SpaceX for hiring too many Americans?
I believe they did.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. And I appreciate that a lot of this is being cleaned up under your leadership. So thank you for returning the DOJ back to its core focus, which is on the rule of law. And I think that we see the result of that. I've got a few more similar questions for you. How have, over the past year since President Trump has been in office, how have murders trended in the United States?
Since President Trump has been in office, the murder rate has dropped to a historic 20% drop in the national murder rate, lowest since 1900.
20% drop in 1 year. That's incredible, isn't it?
And that's thanks to the incredible men and women of law enforcement, FBI, DEA, ATF, everyone working together to solve violent crime, along with our sheriffs, our local law enforcement, working as a team throughout this country, and our great state and federal prosecutors.
Yep. And how have robberies trended? Have they gone, even if they've just
Robberies, but all violent crime, all violent crime. Violent crime has decreased as well as robberies.
So murders, violent crime, the country is more safe now, it's fair to say, would you agree, than it was a year and a half ago under Joe Biden?
Absolutely. And Director Patel is working tirelessly to catch those. I'm sure you've been seeing on the most wanted list. He and Deputy Director Bongino from day one said, we're going to get the most wanted list. And that's what's been happening, working hand in hand with all of our agencies.
And I want to thank you for that. Thank you for the work you've been doing to refocus the DOJ again on doing your core job. We're very happy with it. And I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chairman.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. I would just say earlier, one of the Democrats said that they said, who are you, who you are? And I think you're the Attorney General who I think on the first day disbanded the FIDF, first day on the job, rescinded the memo that required spying on parents that Mr. Garland had issued, and stood up a weaponization working group. I think you did that all on day one. Not to mention, you're the first Justice Department that's put in place, as we've talked about earlier, this Deputy Attorney General for combating fraud. So we appreciate that. And of course, all the things that Mr. Gill pointed out with the crime stats that have went down. So our last question of the day, but not the least, gentlemen, well, I'm sorry, we're going to have two more. We got Mr. Onder and then Mr. Baumgartner. So Mr. Baumgartner, well, let's go that way since you're here. You're ready to go. Mr. Baumgartner, and then we'll come back to Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi. You know, being a freshman on this committee, you always get a bit surprised, I guess, even 1 year into my term here, how theatrical days like this can be. But I think you performed well today and answered questions well today, and that's a credit to you and appreciated by the American people. You know, the Epstein issue is certainly important and is important for the victims. I think both I and the American people have a little bit of trouble taking the Democrats super seriously on this issue when they have been so uncurious about President Clinton's relations with Jeffrey Epstein. And even myself, I had no idea that there was actually a sitting Democrat congresswoman who had taken substantial campaign donations for Mr. Epstein, only when that came to light on the floor with the potential resolution. And you would think there would be more outrage on those types of things if they were going to be taken credible. But we do know the performance value of what goes on in this committee. I want to talk about the big things that Department of Justice is doing. And when I look at the dramatic decrease in crime in this country in the last year since the Trump administration has come, you see the board behind me, violent crime plummets across major U.S. cities. And I guess so my first question would be, when it comes to the big stuff, how are you guys getting this stuff so right? What contributes from your perspective to this dramatic decrease in crime in major U.S. cities under the Trump administration?
When I first took office, I met with all of our agencies. And the one thing that stuck with me, that one of the heads of the department said to me, one of the law enforcement department heads, President Trump has taken the handcuffs off us so we can keep the people of America safe. And that's what he's done. He has given our law enforcement officers the tools that they need and the backing that they need, the support that they need to combat violent crime and all crime throughout this country. And, you know, I'd be remiss, we've talked about the FBI, we've talked about DEA a bit, but can I please brag about ATF? Rob Sakata and Dan Driscoll, of course, who has been our acting head of ATF, have done a remarkable job stopping guns from flowing into Mexico, not harassing gun owners. 26,965 violent crime cases have been initiated, including more than 4,300 firearms trafficking cases. More than 1,200 of those are tied to gun trafficking in Mexico. I talk to them almost daily.
Thank you.
And they're working so hard.
Well, thank you, Attorney General. Again, you know, I look back at this last year and we've had this historic tax cut Yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, the National Cancer Foundation ran full-page ads thanking Congress, the administration, for doing more for cancer research than has ever been done before. I was just meeting with Habitat for Humanity out in the hallway, and they came and thanked us for doing more that's ever been done for Habitat for Humanity. So there's been so many accomplishments, but I really think this crime is the biggest deal of all. But I do have some concerns on this issue, and those also are respect how we keep people safe with sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And I remind everyone, and as I'm sure you know, Madam Attorney General, that when we had the terrible terrorist attacks of 9/11, the #1 recommendation of the 9/11 Commission was to reduce barriers between all levels of law enforcement. They specifically pointed to things like fusion centers, Joint Terrorism Task Force, and getting local law enforcement and federal law enforcement to work together and communicate on a regular basis. And I would just like your perspective, because we have a more complex global threat than any time since World War II. We still have Islamic terrorism. We have spies from China, Iran, Russia, all these things. And what does sanctuary cities and states do for communication, law enforcement? How does it make us less safe?
Sanctuary cities and states are attempting to prevent communication among all the law enforcement agencies. And of course, that's keeping all of America less safe, especially when the violent criminals are fleeing to those jurisdictions because they believe they're protected. But with all of our joint task forces, I see it every day, Congressman, how well, despite what these liberals are trying to do, Donald Trump's administration is working tirelessly to protect all of Americans, and all of our agencies working hand in hand to keep America
Well,
safe.
you guys are getting the big stuff right. You look at that decrease in crime across the country, you ought to take a victory lap. Well done.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here on this long day. And I want to thank you most of all for your leadership in your whole career defending victims. And now I want to take a moment to talk about you protecting victims from a different kind of child abuse, that medicalized child abuse that goes under the banner of gender-affirming care, that far too many of my Democrat colleagues enthusiastically support and unapologetically support. Shortly after returning to office, President Trump signed an executive order directing HHS to review the clinical evidence and determine whether sex-rejecting interventions caused more harm than good. HHS reached the same conclusion that the UK and Finland and Sweden reached, that the risks are serious and that imposing this so-called care on minors was not appropriate. This executive order also directed you as Attorney General to quote, work to draft, propose, and promote legislation to enact a private right of action for children and the parents of children whose healthy body parts have been damaged by medical professionals practicing chemical and surgical mutilation, which should include a lengthy statute of limitations. Last September, you transmitted that bill to Congress. It has been my honor to introduce that bill as the Chloe Cole Act. We named the bill after Chloe Cole, who sat where you're sitting just a few years ago on her 19th birthday. During a hearing chaired by now Speaker Mike Johnson, I'd like to play a clip of her testimony that day to remind us of our story.
On to puberty blockers and then testosterone. The resulting menopausal-like hot flashes made focusing on school impossible. I still get joint pains and weird pops in my back, but they were far worse when I was on the blockers. A month later, when I was 13, I had my first testosterone injection. This caused permanent changes to my body. My voice will forever be deeper, my jawline sharper, my nose longer, my bone structure permanently masculinized, my Adam's apple more prominent, my fertility unknown. I look in the mirror sometimes and I feel like a monster. I had a double mastectomy at 15. They tested my amputated breast for cancer. And I was cancer-free, of course. I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my still developing body or my breasts, other than that, as an insecure teenage girl, I felt awkward about it. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated. Before I was able to legally drive, I had a huge part of my future womanhood taken from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction. And I have massive scars across my chest. And the skin grafts that they took of my nipples are weeping fluid today. And they were grafted into a more masculine positioning, they said.
Chloe testified that day that what she needed was mental health therapy, but she never received it. And she was not suicidal until after they did these horrible things to her. She pleaded with Congress to act so that future children would not suffer what she did. Last week was a major turning point in for these medical malpractice claims when a detransitioner was the first to successfully hold doctors liable with a $2 million settlement for what they did to that poor girl. Just days later, the American Society of Plastic Surgeons announced that they would no longer do transgender surgeries on minors, in the AMA followed suit. This proves that if the bill your DOJ drafted were passed into law, these barbaric practices would end immediately because all victims would be able to hold those who harm them accountable. Could you share with us a little bit about your work in advocating for victims like Chloe and what a private right of action would mean for victims like her and their families?
Yes, and first, Congressman, thank you for championing this bill. And also to Chloe, what a brave young woman to come before this body.
Yes.
And
at age 19.
At age 19 and talk about what happened to her. It's not about just giving relief to children who have been harmed. It allows victims whose healthy body parts have been damaged to seek relief and obtain relief. And thanks to you, and we are proud to work hand in hand with you on this issue. And I think it's pretty sad none of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle even brought that up. But I hope they support this to protect all children throughout this country.
Well, General Bondi, thank you so much to you, to your department, to President Trump. I yield back.
All right, so that was the entire Judicial Committee hearing with General Pam Bondi, Attorney General Pam Bondi. Let's talk about what's also going on. Looks like there's a whole warning from Trump. Let's hear what's going on.
Howard Lutnick is facing calls to resign over the alleged connections that he had to the Epstein files. And in a sudden move, the FAA grounded all flights in El Paso, Texas. Why did that happen? And why did they remove this temporary hold? Plus, you may have heard in the big weekend around the Super Bowl that 49ers Keon White reportedly was shot in San Francisco, and police released a man detained in connection with Nancy Guthrie. You probably saw that last night. When it comes to Keon White, many are saying that he had an altercation with the rapper Little Baby. So what does that have to do, if anything, with what occurred over the weekend? Let's start to unravel each of these different topics today, and we'll do so being very unbiased, but getting to the point. It's nice to see so many here already, such as Eric, New Jerseyan. We have Stella in the building. Okay, Charles is here. Thank you. Deborah, Uncommon Woman. Thank you guys so much. But let's first tune in to the Epstein files, a subject that everybody wants to know about. And let's see what's happening in regards to Donald Trump, perhaps even reporting Epstein. Now, that's something that we don't hear a lot about, but perhaps Donald Trump was also reporting Epstein years ago. Let's get to it.
Newly released documents tonight say President Trump personally warned officials about Jeffrey Epstein decades ago. An FBI interview summary describing how President Trump called the then Palm Beach police chief to tell him, "Thank goodness you're stopping Jeffrey Epstein. Everyone has known he's been doing this." Adding people in New York knew Epstein was disgusting.
He kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club because Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, and that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning.
But President Trump said this in 2019.
No, I had no idea. I had no idea.
The former Palm Beach police chief, Michael Ryder, not commenting to NBC News, but telling the Miami Herald the interview with...
Well, that could pose a problem here in 2014 after the stated event in 2006. The president is on air saying he had no idea about it. So that's definitely a conflict. Guys, hit the like button, share, and subscribe. Thank you guys for tuning in. Let's get back to it.
Donald Trump happened in the summer of 2006. According to the document, the president told Ryder he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Mr. Trump said he got the hell out of there and added about Epstein's convicted co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell, she is evil and to focus on her. Newly released video shows Maxwell, now in prison, declining to answer lawmaker questions Monday.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
It's coming as Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick's under fire for his connection to Epstein.
So it looks like the Epstein files are reaching into Donald Trump's administration pretty heavy. As you can see, today we're going to get into Howard Lutnick and see what relationship he had with Epstein as he sat before Congress. Now, Donald Trump on record has stated two different reasons why he had let go of Epstein. One of them was that Virginia Dufresne, that Epstein had basically recruited her from Mar-a-Lago. And so that's the reason why they had this big falling out. Around this time that this news broadcast comes out that he reports Epstein. Now in the media, there's another reason. They said that Epstein had brought a nice parcel of real estate to Donald Trump for his advice. And instead of just giving him advice, according to the streets, Donald Trump, he bought this property from under Epstein, and this is the reason why they had a falling out. So there's at least two different narratives.
Former next-door neighbor last year saying this about a 2005 visit.
My wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
But DOJ records show Lutnick did interact with Epstein again.
Did you, in fact, make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies.
Lutnick has not been accused of wrongdoing in connection with Epstein, saying today he had no relationship.
Now, Lutnick is very close to Donald Trump. Most of the times when he's on Air Force Ones, you could see Lutnick behind him as he's taking the different gaggles or the different interviews. So it's interesting to see how this is going to play out on the world scene.
With and barely anything to do with Epstein.
Now, we just covered Howard Lutnick. Now let's see what Pam Bondi had to say as she went before the major league with Congress. Let's see what's happening.
Thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That's nothing short of historic. If you compare 25 to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 40%.
If you notice, she mirrors a lot of the talking points of Donald Trump. A lot of people have issues with Pam Bondi because they said basically she's in Donald Trump's pocket and that the Department of Justice is in sync with Donald Trump a little bit too much than usual. But what do you guys think about that? We'd love to hear your points.
33%. Gun assault down 22%. Ag assault, burglary, could go on and on. Crime is declining. This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you? This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis. These are two iconic American cities that spent...
Okay, guys, forfeiture says Trump is a liar. And also Reason says they are all Israel first. That is why they are covering up the Epstein child. Okay, we don't want to say that word. And forfeiture says get rid of Trump. All right, very good. Thank you.
Years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. We achieved those results by working with Democratic mayors. Public safety does not have a party registration. When your constituents call 911, they don't ask for political views of the responding officer. They ask for help. I have federal agents in each and every one of your districts. They're here to help, and I am here to help. Many cities and states.
So Pam Bondi is preaching peace and unity. That's a rare message that you hear these days, but do you think it's sincere? Tell us how you feel about it.
Have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some have not. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have declared that they are, quote, at war with the federal government and encouraged widespread obstruction.
Jake Elm says there's only been accusations of Trump in the Epstein files. If there was any proof, then the Democrats would have used
emails. Connect.
Guys, hit the like button if you don't. Let's check it out.
The Epstein file.
Most would never guess that Levitt is 27 years old. Okay, thank you.
627 times. We fought through a nonstop flood of bad faith, temporary restraining orders.
All right, so she's definitely talking about all the accomplishments in accord with Donald Trump's new administration, roughly about a year old. But now we're going to take a look at his administration from a different angle. Howard Lutnick is taking on heat for being involved with the Epstein files, and people are saying he needs to go. Let's check it out.
The Epstein files show you coordinating a meeting and planning a visit with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in December 2012.
Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear that I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York, right? And I met him then. Over the next 14 years, I met him 2 other times that I can recall, 2 times. And that is none for 6 years. So 6 years later, I met.
What are the chances that 2 neighbors would both get so close to the current president of the United States, right? In fact, this man is high up on the totem pole when it comes to this administration.
Him, and then a year and a half after that, I met him, and never again. Probably the total, and you've seen all of these documents, of these millions and millions of documents, there may be 10 emails connected.
Guys, hit the like button if you don't mind. Share and subscribe. It really helps us go a long way. Thank you.
Connecting me with him, probably about 10 emails connecting me with him over a 14-year period. I did not have any relationship with him. I barely had anything to do with that person.
Put a 1 in the chat if you can believe him so far. Put a 2 if you think he's just blowing smoke. Tell us how you feel.
Person. Okay.
Secretary Lutnick, I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described very emphatically your first encounter with him in his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you, in fact, make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife.
Notice he didn't say yes or no, right? Check that out.
Was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children. And we had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour. And we left with all of my children, with my nannies and my wife all together.
So he said they had lunch on the island. The appropriate answer would have been yes, but he built up the stage and the picture before really answering.
We were on family vacation. We were not apart.
So far, it seems that everybody believes that he's just blowing smoke, and we understand why.
To suggest there was anything untoward about that in 2012, I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there's not an indication that you yourself engaged in any wrongdoing with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the fact that you believe that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements, suggesting that you cut off all contact when in fact you had not.
Okay, Stella says it sounds like Clinton. I had no relations with that. Good point.
When you visited the private island, did you see anything inappropriate during that visit?
the only thing I saw with my wife and my children and the other couple and their children was staff who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
And you realize that, this visit took place after he'd been convicted, right? I mean, you made a very big point of saying that you sensed that this was a bad person in 2005. And then, of course, in 2008, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution of a minor. And yet you went and had this trip and other interactions. Did you have a dinner in Epstein's New York City home in 2011?
No.
Okay, guys, before he answered that, Becca says, Jesus, man, this is ridiculous. Lock them up already. All right.
No.
So the information that suggests that there was a dinner with Woody Allen and Woody Allen's spouse at the Epstein residence, there's nothing to that. Is that right?
I actually don't know what you're referring to. There was, look, I looked.
So there's some concern here. AI Star C says, Dweeb, answer question. You are not media trained like that. Lucknet. Okay. Mashona's in the building. Shout out to you. Great to see you, Mashona. Okay. Bobby says, they lie so much. All right. Becca saying liar. Okay. Everybody's feeling like a man that's high up in the administration is a liar. What's happening in the world, folks?
Through the millions of documents for my name, just like everybody else. And what I found was there was a document that says that I had a meeting with him on in May, I think, for an hour at 5:00.
Okay.
Not dinner or otherwise, for an hour at 5:00.
All right. There's also a reference to the fact that Epstein had expressed an interest in meeting your nanny. Do you know whether Jeffrey Epstein ever met with your nanny?
No, I saw that. I had no idea what that was about. Had nothing to do with me.
No
as far as
interaction
I
at
know.
all with him on that?
How would Epstein know about his nanny? That's a very intriguing thought. All right, so now we're going to take a look at what's happening today with the FAA and how they grounded all the airplanes in El Paso. Let's check it out, see what's going on.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're continuing to follow breaking news this morning. Coming out of Texas, the FAA has closed the El Paso International Airport to all air traffic for what they're calling special.
Imagine being in the airport and you find out that all the airplanes have been grounded at the last moment for 10 days, right?
Special security reasons. The airport says it happened with very little notice last night. It's leaving everybody from pilots to passengers just scrambling for answers here. Let me now go out to Tirza Ortiz from News Nation's El Paso affiliate. Tirza, good morning to you.
Now, when it comes to the last story we took a look at, Rocker makes a good point, says because the nanny was on the island. So if that was the case, the nanny came along, that would make sense. Thank you. Good point.
There at the airport, you're talking to people on the ground. What in the world is this all about? Any idea as to what these special security reasons are?
Hey there, Marky. Good morning. That's right.
And by the way, I discovered this while looking for flights this morning to Tucson, Arizona. And then I discovered that this was one of the turning points here.
Right, Hundreds of people are waking up confused, wondering what these temporary flight restrictions are. And what we know is for the next 10 days, all flights in and out of El Paso are going to be halted. Now, like you mentioned, they did cite security reasons, but
I felt like maybe this had something to do with Nancy Guthrie, perhaps in a weird way, but I'm not too sure.
exactly what those reasons are what we are working to find out. Now, this was very fast and it happened.
I mean, if they're trying to prevent someone that they know is trying to escape the country associated with her, that would make sense. But we're going to get to it and find out the reason.
And literally overnight, as you mentioned, I was speaking with passengers and they found out as soon as their flights landed, realizing that they weren't able to get to their connecting flight. What we know so far is the FAA has issued a temporary flight restriction halting all flights to and from El Paso, as well as Santa Teresa in New Mexico. The restriction prohibits all aircraft operations. That is going to include commercial, cargo, and general aviation. Now, this went into effect.
So they basically shut down the entire place. I think the only other time that I've seen this happen was around 9/11, right?
Yesterday at 11:30 p.m. and it's going to run through February 20th at 11:30 p.m. Now, I've been at the airport since 2 this morning and travelers continue to pour in with the same confusion, their full baggage, and they are now stuck waiting for answers.
Everybody's stuck. This is probably thousands of people. Think about all the pilots. You have all the support personnel and so forth stuck at an airport.
I've been here since 10 last night. I flew in from Hawaii and it's frustrating waiting for your airplane to depart at 5:24 and to find out by another passenger that they've been canceled. So it is frustrating.
Now, Elizabeth said at last check, American Airlines is still reporting that her flight is on time and has yet to receive an email or notice from the airline.
So this gives you an idea of what happened. This was all turned around, fortunately for the people. Not sure how it was able to be turned around, but we're going to get to it and see perhaps. Let's see how this was.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and we are approaching the top of the hour on this Wednesday, February 11th, 8:55 on the East Coast and 5:55 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I want to get you right back into some of the big tops.
Okay, Eric says big Army base in El Paso. Okay. Fort Bliss, thank you.
Stories that we are covering here at this hour, and you're taking a live look over El Paso, Texas, as the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, is closing the airspace around El Paso International Airport for 10 days, grounding all flights to and from that airport. A notice posted on the FAA's website said the temporary flight restrictions were for, quote, special security reasons, but did not provide any additional details just yet. The airport said in an Instagram post that all flights to and from the airport would be grounded from late last night through late on February 20th, including commercial, cargo, and...
I wonder what happens in this case for people that have connecting flights at El Paso while this was happening.
General aviation flights. Now, it suggested travelers contact El Paso, a border city with a population of nearly 700,000, and essentially said that this is a cross-border commerce location, but they are asking people to contact El Paso to express their concerns if they do have any. Now, I want to pop this up on your screen. This is a tweet coming in. It's a series of tweets from Representative Veronica Escobar. She is a Democrat representing Texas and said the highly consequential decision by FAA to shut down the El Paso airport for 10 days is unprecedented and has resulted in significant concern within the community. As I mentioned, a series of posts from what my office and I have been able to gather overnight and early this morning, there is no immediate threat to the community or surrounding areas. There was no advance notice provided to my office, the city of El Paso, or anyone in.
Okay, guys, Stella says, if you like to like, share, and subscribe to the channel, thank you very much for that. New Jerseyan says, press thumbs up at the top of the screen. Okay, thank you very much.
Involved in airport operations. She went on to say, we have urged the FAA to immediately lift the temporary flight restrictions placed on the El Paso area. I will continue to make information public as I learn it. No question, there are a lot of questions this morning about all of this. Philip Mann is an adjunct assistant professor at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University and an aviation safety expert, joining us now live to break down what we know and really what we don't at this point. Philip, thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning on Live Now from Fox.
Sure.
And Philip, I wanted to start by kind of having you break down for folks out there, because this is a lot of information that's coming in. I mentioned we know a lot. We also don't know a lot. Exactly what all of this really means.
Yeah, so what this alert means, it's called a temporary flight restriction. These are usually something done around sporting events or maybe presidential movements for a few hours here and there, just to basically clear everybody out of the airspace. So whatever security operations going on or whatever events going on doesn't disrupt travel or doesn't become unsafe for people. In this case, basically the FAA has just drawn a big circle around El Paso, Texas, and said nobody in, nobody out for 10 straight days. And it does affect all air travel. It affects commercial travel.
Okay, John Stevenson says maybe leaving the airport ready to immobilize military for an emergency. Okay, good point.
Travel. It affects cargo planes. It affects general aviation, so business jets, stuff like that. It also affects all the drones. It affects everything in the area from the ground all the way up to 18,000 feet. That's where the high and fast aircraft that are just cruising through the area. And it's it's kind of unusual here that this came down with as those tweets indicated that you were showing, like, no notice to people on the ground, no notice to the folks that were there. Because normally if there's something like a military operation going on, the security entities, the military, Homeland Security, whoever's involved, would have to coordinate with the local people to let them know what's going on, because they're going to need local coordination with police and that kind of stuff. So this is kind of a really, really prior to 9/11, this is except for 9/11, this is kind of really an unprecedented sort of situation.
And I want to talk to you about this as a whole, but as we're talking, we are getting breaking news coming in from the FAA just saying the temporary closure of airspace over El Paso has been lifted. There is no threat to commercial aviation. All flights will resume as normal. So definitely interesting as we're talking about all of this.
So as you can see, this whole thing was reversed. We're going to do some deep diving to figure out what was the reason for it. Perhaps it was in association with Nancy Guthrie, but perhaps not. Over the weekend, everybody was tied into the Super Bowl. Tell us who you were actually rooting for in regards to the Super Bowl. Let's see if your team won. Unfortunately, around this circumstance, there was a shooting involving a 49er by the name of Keon White. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about it, but let's get to that story now.
First, a stunning announcement from the 49ers. One of their players shot early this morning in San Francisco. The team says defensive end Keon White was shot in the ankle. Good evening. I'm Claudine Wong.
And I'm Mike Nieback. San Francisco police confirming they did respond to a report of shots fired on Mission right near South Van Ness, 4 o'clock this morning. Police did not identify White as the victim, but the team has since confirmed.
So just to set the stage for this shooting, they're saying, and now this is in the media, not sure, but he had some sort of altercation with the rapper Little Baby, I believe his name is. Little Baby. He put out an album recently called Wham. And so not sure if this is tied together, but that's what the media is trying to paint the narrative as.
He was shot.
KTVU's Bailey O'Carroll joins us in the studio with the latest on what we are hearing about this shooting, Bailey.
Yeah, guys, let's get to the details of.
It's kind of difficult because you have the rapper Baby, you have the Baby, you have Little Baby, and probably in the future you have Baby. Who knows?
What we do know, because it is little. I heard from the team about 30 minutes ago. They did tell me 27-year-old defensive end Keon White is out of surgery and that it was successful. San Francisco police described his injury as non-life threatening, according to police.
I mean, nobody wants to be shot, and nonetheless in the ankle, but imagine you're inhibiting a guy that plays professional football. This is quite concerning, I must say.
Officers responded to reports of a shooting following an argument that started inside of a business. No arrests have been made. A suspect has not been identified. I spoke with Dr. Rick Lehman.
So this was some sort of strip club that they were attending, allegedly. because when the police arrived, they saw females that were topless trying to grab the ones off the floor. That's what they're reporting.
The director of the U.S. Center for Sports Medicine, Dr. Lehman, told me White's recovery time will vary greatly depending on where the bullet hit his ankle.
Well, you never want to get shot in the back because that's where your Achilles is. And you don't really want to get shot on the side because that's where all your major vessels are. So let's say he had a nerve injury, that would end his career. He got shot in something called the posterior tibial nerve. So that would end his career. So hopefully you want to get shot in the front. Well, you don't want to get shot, but if you get shot, you want to get shot in the front or potentially in the side. That would be your preference. And in a perfect world, you would get shot and it would not have any bony impacts.
The Niners acquired White in a trade with the New England Patriots on October 29th. He started to.
I could understand why they want to attach the name of a rapper to this, because especially if there's not even a lot of criminal activity that come out of it, at least civilly, they could try to attach major money to this incident, especially with him being a ball player. And you can imagine that his health, his ankles, his ability to play the game is worth so much money, especially with him being such a young individual.
2 games for San Francisco this season. White recorded his first sack against the Cleveland Browns in November. The Niners said they will provide updates when appropriate. The investigation is ongoing. Police are asking anybody with information to contact.
Brian says it could end the young man's career. Thank you, Brian, for that insight.
Contact them. Less than a year and a half ago, 49ers wide receiver Ricky Pearsall was shot in the chest during a robbery in San Francisco's Union Square. That suspect, a juvenile, has since been arrested and charged. Guys?
Certainly that was a robbery, but we still don't know a lot of details of what led up to this shooting with Keon White.
Exactly, yeah. Police have not said what exactly led up to Keon White getting shot in the ankle. But the Niners will provide updates when appropriate, and police will hopefully provide updates soon as well.
All right, Bailey. Thank you so much.
Bailey, thank you.
Okay, we're going to keep moving for the sake of time and check out another story that's pressing in the media as well.
Hours after these chilling images were released by the FBI, obtained.
Have you guys been following this case with Nancy Guthrie and how they released the photos yesterday of what appears to be a man but could be a woman approaching the door? The way you look at the eyeliner or the way the person's face is well manicured, it also makes you wonder, could it perhaps even be a woman? But at any rate, so far the press is saying man, so we'll go with that.
From a Nest camera of an armed person wearing a mask and gloves outside Nancy Guthrie's home. Last night, officials detaining a man in connection with the case, but then releasing him, according to the New York Times. Pima County Sheriff's Office saying they questioned someone after a traffic stop and searched a house in nearby Rio Rico. This man, Carlos Palazuelos, saying he was stopped while working his delivery job.
They put me in the cop car. I gotta wait.
And then let go hours later.
I hope they get the suspect, because I'm not it.
Saying in another interview that it's possible he delivered packages to Nancy Guthrie's address, but he didn't know her. The sheriff's office not commenting, saying only that
It looked like they may have picked him up off of metadata of some sort or technology, because I have heard reports that there was a package that was dropped off, and it looks like this man was somewhere near this residence, but he's claiming that he delivered packages, and that could be the reason why.
Investigators completed their search of a property, and the investigation is ongoing. The agonizing search entering its 11th day, with officials now hoping for leads from that newly released footage, which shows.
Okay, Uncommon Woman says there's a mustache. Okay, all right. The mustache looked like it was a little finicky, almost like it could have been painted on to some extent. You know, nowadays people are so easy to come up with all sorts of ways of disguising themselves.
The subject tampering with Nancy's doorbell camera, at one point covering it with plants from her yard. Savannah reposting the video on Instagram, writing, "Someone out there recognizes this person. We believe she is still out there. Bring her home."
Based on what we knew previously about this case, everybody thought it was a highly professional individual. But if you watch the video, as they show you a snippet, when the person discovered that there was a camera, they went back to grab some foliage to try to cover up the camera, it appears, before it was removed, right?
While none of the images clearly show the person's face, in some, you can see what appears to be facial hair around the person's mouth. And in these, distinctively shaped eyebrows showing through the eye holes of the mask. A handgun can be seen here in a waist holster. The person also wearing gloves and carrying a backpack. Until now, investigators had not been able to retrieve any footage from Nancy's home.
Between the data getting to the server and the camera, there's stops in between, and there's going to be pieces of that data possibly that could be recovered.
FBI Director Kash Patel saying last night the agency had to work with private companies to get the footage.
We were able to execute lawful searches and go to these private sector companies and expedite results and then go into the.
So it looked like Google was the company that was able to help them retrieve this information from the cloud somewhere.
Their systems and actually excavate material that people would think would normally be deleted and no one would look for.
Patel also saying authorities were looking at persons of interest in the Tucson area.
And I do believe we are looking at people who, as we say, are persons of interest.
And since those terrifying images were
It's amazing that even though they have presented the videos and so much information, they keep going back to the daughter, Annie's, and the son-in-law's home. So yesterday they were searching through the area, all the neighbors' homes, not around Nancy Guthrie's home, but more or less near the daughter's home. So we have to wonder, what does that mean in connection with this? Do you guys think it's an inside job or more of an outside job? Put a 1 in the chat if you think this is family related or someone that really knew her at a personal level, or put a 2 if you think it was an outsider that took advantage of the opportunity. Perhaps they knew about the daughter.
the FBI does say they've seen many more tips from the public coming in, but authorities still have not identified a suspect.
Yes, indeed. Kash Patel, I think he wants to make a serious name for himself. Rocker says Kash Patel. Okay, so I think he wants to definitely solve this and show that the country has such a great FBI and a great force to solve problems, right?
And the sheriff's department has not said why it is they detained that man last night and whether they had reason to believe that he was the same person we've now all seen in those images.
Okay, so mostly everyone thinks that it was an inside job related to perhaps family or close associate. We have a few people that thinks Candyman Eric, they think that it was an outsider. Okay, thank you guys.
Craig.
All right, Liz Courts for us there in Arizona. Liz, thank you. Joining us now, NBC's law and intelligence correspondent, Tom Winter, and Brianna Fox, a former FBI special agent and professor of criminology at the.
There's a new letter that came out today for TMZ. Did you guys hear about that? We're going to get to that shortly.
University of South Florida. Good morning to both of you. Tom, let's start with the subject who was detained overnight, questioned, and released. What more do we know about that, and where does the investigation stand?
Okay, Brian makes a good point. He says, mail and chat, have you heard that AI can peel the mask back and get identity? That's crazy. I can imagine they can do anything nowadays, right?
We sit here this morning.
Right, so people understand, and we're going to take a look at the video shortly that was released from Nancy Guthrie's house. This individual wasn't detained just because somebody picked up the phone and said, oh, I think it's that person. This investigation into this person had been ongoing for a short period of time. There was a number of different things in that person's background and some of the evidence that they were able to uncover, which led authorities to believe, you know what, we really want to talk to this person. We got to figure out what this person is all about. And on top of that, let's not forget something that you said, Hoda, which is this was a court-authorized search. So they had some probable cause. They went to a judge and they said, Your Honor, there's a reason here that we want to lawfully search this person's property. Ultimately, and this happens in investigations, it was determined that there was not enough to hold this person to continue the questioning process. Whether or not this person is ultimately charged, we don't know. At the moment, though, they're presumed innocent, obviously awaiting any.
Think about it. The police officers were able to get a search warrant for this man's home. And if they were able to just get that off of a mustache or facial hair, that's quite frightening. You want to believe that there could be something more that was in his possession or led them to be so aggressive, but I guess we may not know, or maybe we'll find out soon.
Sort of further information, and the investigation very much continues.
Okay, so in this case, they may have the wrong guy. They're looking for the right guy. We've got all this video that came out.
Mashona says, Brian, I even heard they can tell how tall and even the weight based on some of these things. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Yesterday, it's captivated everyone. There are so many people who are speculating. With your eyes, when you look at the video of this individual coming up to the house, what stands out to you?
Well, a number of things stand out, and we can actually take a look at the video because when you look at what they found yesterday, as you see.
Now, in regards to the young man they questioned last night, I think that's who Michonne is talking about. She says, I heard that his mother-in-law said the eyes look like his eyes. That would be quite telling. Okay, thank you.
See this person approach. There's a quick flash there. If you catch it coming out of this person's mouth, there it was. So there's some sort of a flashlight that appears to be in their mouth. Look at their head. It's facing the ground, almost as if.
Do you guys think this guy looks professional, or do you think he was just wandering through the night and an opportunist? What do you think?
They know that this camera is there, and they want to make sure that they're not detected. But as we start to see this play out, there's a number of interesting things that come up, including if you look at the waistband, there's a gun that is there. That is obviously very chilling. That's very concerning. This individual clearly armed. Now you see it in his left hand, screen right. That weapon, it's circled there in the middle.
Who carries a weapon that way? That seems unusual when you look.
It seems that they're not talking so much about the ransom note anymore. So what do you guys think? Do you think that this person took her and had nothing to do with the ransom letters, and that the ransom notes that came in 72 hours later was just people looking in from afar trying to come up on some quick money, $6 million with Bitcoin? What do you guys think about that?
At it.
Well, it's the type of thing where if you're trying not to be detected, you don't have to carry it there, particularly when you have all of those clothes. So are you trying to intimidate something? That's something that they're looking at. You've got this person clearly wearing multiple pairs of gloves. I think that that's very obvious from the.
Okay. Stella says, think he was told about the Nest camera. Okay. Thank you. Rocker says this person is involved. Okay.
Video. You're looking at the gloves right there as he approaches the camera. Later, we're going to see this individual actually try to pick up some vegetation off the ground, put it on the camera.
I believe the gloves are quite telling because they're typically the gloves used by auto mechanics. So maybe the person has some association with mechanics.
A way to try to obscure it. That's something that's got everybody's attention. You're looking at the vegetation right there, possible flashlight in the mouth. But ultimately, there's a critical point here where he.
With his mouth being open, it's a good chance that they do have his DNA, I believe. Brian says, no, not professional. Should have had sunglasses and breathing mask and tape instead of flowers trying to block the camera. Good point, Brian. Deborah says he appears to hide his face at first. Okay. I kind of gather from that he thought the camera was on the outside of the foyer area, and he was surprised to see the camera right by the door. So I think that's the case. I would like to know if the police picked up on headlights perhaps coming in shortly before you see him appear or her appear on the screen to show whether or not they walked up or if they drove up. I mean, they could have driven up with their lights off, but I think that type of video would be essential here too.
Turns and you see this backpack. First off, that backpack is stuffed. I mean, it is full. What is in there? Investigators want to know. You're looking at it now, but it's one thing to have light colored pants. Everybody's got those. Another thing to have a fleece jacket. A lot of those that are out there. But when you match that up with a backpack that looks this distinctive, what the FBI is doing.
I can imagine they're also going to the barbershops because for whoever did this, they seem to be a little bit more well kept than the usual guy, at least the guys that I know. You can see it almost looks like they just left the barber with such detail, especially when it comes to the eyebrows. Okay, Latan says, P.I., thank you for someone they know. Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm sure of it, is going to every major retailer, all the online retailers, the local retailers in Tucson and saying, hey, who purchased these items all together? And obviously for anybody that's watching that knows somebody who has that, particularly given the gun and holster, that's key.
Brianna, when you see those images, when you see that video, what do you glean from it?
Yeah, there's a few big things that we can notice. One is that he clearly did have some premeditation. He came there intending to do something very terrible, but didn't quite think it all the way through. A small thing like having a spray paint or electric tape could have alleviated that,
Would you really come and try to rob someone at their home and have a fully loaded backpack? Wouldn't the backpack be empty for you to be able to retrieve and take more items? So it's almost like the person came with a crime kit, right?
The need to go find plants to put over the camera. I mean, that's something that when, the original FBI profiles, which were the organized and disorganized offenders, they kind of neatly categorize them into those two. We started noticing, especially with, research that I've been doing with the behavioral science unit, they don't fit always neatly into those two.
Rocker says it will be a contractor who has worked at her house and is involved in the organized crime. Thank you.
Categories. There is this group that are kind of premeditated, but haven't quite gotten all the way there yet.
New Jerseyan says like, share, and subscribe and turn on your notifications for upcoming shows. Thank you.
So that's one thing I noticed. Another is there's an image of him standing with no backpack on. And then he walks over and does have the backpack on. So it makes you think, where was that located? Was that in a vehicle? Does he have an accomplice? Was it just dropped off and sitting there? There's something that happened that changed this pattern.
Is there any profile when you look at him? I mean, you've been with the FBI, age, anything else that you can glean from that?
Yeah, the onset of this, I did expect.
Okay, Mashona says, yes, Brian looks like an amateur, but do you guys think that he was the distraction and that the real perpetrator went into another way and after the camera was disabled? Okay, thank you.
To be somebody that was male, 30s to 40s, probably with a criminal record. But that's not just my profiling abilities. That's statistically who is most likely to have committed this crime. This image, we can't quite see age, we can't quite see gender. We can interpret it a bit, and it does seem like those are fitting. And I would also say that this person probably has, behaviorally, a huge ego. I mean, the idea that they would come in like thinking, with that the way they held that pistol,
and just kind of slow moving. Just the whole. He seemed very lackadaisical, didn't he? Tom, do you think that walking back, walking forward?
The whole thing is very odd. He's approaching it clearly aware that there's a camera, but to Brianna's point, doesn't take steps to immediately disable the camera. We find out later from the sheriff's timeline, in fact, the camera is taken from this property, taken off the door and taken from.
Have we officially heard whether or not the house was broken into or if the person had easier access? Tell us what you know in the comments.
From the property. So, yeah, what is the point of all this? The other thing that struck out to me.
Okay, Jalen says it's going to be tied to a family member in the end.
Because we don't see a car in the background. Right. So how did he get there? And does he have anybody helping him out? Again, to be on his point of where's this backpack at some point? Was there somebody else around the house?
All right. Tom, Brianna, thank you both.
Okay, so we have a breaking update. TMZ received another letter, note, email in regards to this matter. I believe it's an email. We don't know for sure, but let's check it out.
She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. If you see anything, you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems
Jim Jimson says, I believe it was Donald Trump. Okay, thanks.
strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
So that was late Monday afternoon. This is Wednesday morning, day 11 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. My next guest says he and his team has finally seen activity in a Bitcoin account tied to possibly a ransom note sent to news outlets in Arizona. TMZ founder Harvey Levin's with me now. And Harvey, good morning to you. Terrific work from the very beginning on this. Your outlet received an original letter. You did not receive a second letter where another affiliate.
Okay, before we get to that, Heather says, I agree, overconfidence and an amateur that thinks they know more than they do and likely known the family and the property. Thank you. Deborah says, took the camera, so no fingerprints. June, thank you for all the new people coming in. Hit the like button, share, subscribe. Nice to have you guys as a part of watching the world. June says, well, TMZ just got another ransom note and they've been trying to get in touch with the sister and brother-in-law. Okay.
Did. So by my count, that's 2 letters. And you now report that TMZ has just been sent a 3rd letter. Please explain and describe what you got about 90 minutes ago.
So an hour and a half ago, we got kind of a bizarre letter, an email from somebody who says they know who the kidnapper is and that they have tried reaching Savannah's sister, Annie, and Savannah's brother to no avail. And they said they want 1 Bitcoin sent to a Bitcoin address that we have confirmed is.
Now, Bitcoin was right around, I believe, 110,000. I think it's fallen down somewhere between 50 to 60,000. I have to look it up recently.
Active. It's a real Bitcoin address. And as they put it, time is more than relevant. So we have no idea whether this is real or not, but they are making a demand. It's interesting that, Bitcoins fluctuate in value, but it's around $56,000 now, 1 Bitcoin, which is about the amount that the authorities are offering for information leading to the return of Nancy. So I don't know if that aligns, but whoever sent this, and they actually give a name and an email address, but whoever sent this is asking for around that amount via Bitcoin for information that they say leads directly to.
Okay, let's take it a step at a time here, Harvey. Take me back to the original letter. I believe you were the one who said, whoever wrote that letter, I don't think you used the word meticulous, but I'll use that word, suggesting that the grammar was right. The letter was very specific about the requests and the demands. Does this letter have the same form that you saw the first time around?
No, and I don't think this person is purporting to be that person. Okay. This person is purporting to be someone who probably
everybody's trying to make some bucks off of this whole deal, right? June says somebody had told the kidnappers, so I'm really sure if it's even linked to the family members, but I kept on feeling it was. Okay. All right. Brian says, come on, Jim. Okay. Jim says, see no evil, hear no evil, speak lots of evil. Okay.
So, I wanted to play that little bit about that, because I'm about to kind of wrap this up after I do this last bit. Okay, I wanted to show that because I thought it was very interesting about what was going on with the case. He's talking about the whole situation. I think he goes even further about what's going on with that. But yeah, go and watch Watching the World 777 for more on that. Okay. So if you guys don't know what it is, his page is called Watching the World 777. Let me put this thing up there, Watching the World 777. And if you want to watch on the bottom, you'll see that this is his page right here. Please, if you want to watch the rest of that. But I want to go to the next subject, and this is really what I really want to get into, the whole thing about Epstein and blood sacrifice. Okay, I want to really get into that, and then I want to go. We're gonna talk about this, and then we're gonna really go into the real meaning of this, and go into the spiritual aspect of this whole blood sacrifice. And Epstein and the whole thing with what he was doing. Let's go.
To 2007.
We're never going to get the Epstein files. Not the ones that we want. Not the ones that we would need to actually bring transparency and clarity to the situation. Not what we need to bring these people to justice. The ones who are actually dirty in this. The ones who are culpable, not just for what happened to teenage girls, but what was really going on behind the scenes, which is the real reason that we are never going to get this. It is never going to see the light of day. It's a non-starter, homie. And this entire dance that our government has been doing about, well, let's release the Epstein files has been a show. It's been a play the entire time. We're going to start digging into what was really going on that island. And you need to buckle up, you guys, because this one gets dark. So I think it's important to take a look at the fact that, right off rip, we already have people who've been exposed. There is enough evidence for anybody to rationally assume and assert that Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew were out there diddling kids, homie. It's obvious. The only way that it could get any more apparent is if we had them in the act, booty ass naked, doing that shit in 4K. We know, the whole world knows, everybody's known, it's been out there for years that these dudes were deeply involved and that they were dirty and that they victimized little girls out there. But that's not really how dark and disgusting this whole situation, the things that were happening on Epstein Island is. Now, I'm not trying to take anything away from the victims and the horrific things that happened to them. These girls deserve justice. These survivors that made it through and made it out, what happened to them is inexcusable, and nothing that I'm saying will ever take away from that. But it's about the ones that didn't make it out that I think is the reason that we're never going to hear about this. And I don't think it was teenagers, homie. I think it was literal babies.
We have more breaking news now. The House Oversight Committee just released new photos and a video concerning the Epstein files.
Yeah, Anna, as you mentioned, this is a group of 14 photos and videos documenting different parts of what is said to be the Epstein estate on the Virgin Islands, on Epstein Island. There are some images of bedrooms. We see beds. We see some bathrooms, a bathtub, a sink in one case. There are some images of outside, some scene images, and in one, there is a sign that says no trespassing. You can see some of these images on the screen right now.
Now, we've recently gotten brand new images from Epstein Island, from inside the island, from inside the buildings, from inside the living quarters, from inside where horrific things were done to children. out there by Epstein and his associates. And I say brand new because all of this was already dropped by Veritas Media 6 months ago.
Epstein's library, O'Keefe releases never-before-seen footage with bizarre statues and cryptic messages left by Epstein from inside Epstein's island library.
But they're presenting it yet again as they're giving us something new. This is another nothing burger that they're like, oh, you really need those Epstein files? Here you go. Here's some Epstein files for you. Some stuff that we already had. But you know what I noticed they really conveniently left out? And that speaks volumes to me that they would leave this out. It's the picture of the baby in the kitchen.
But there does appear one prominent artwork, a large framed photo of a baby in a sink. The baby is holding a phallic-shaped object. The image is hung above the kitchen table.
Now, me personally, I can't even fathom the idea of taking a picture of baby holding something that looks like in a kitchen sink, framing that and going, you know where I'm going to hang this? In my kitchen, where I prepare my food, where I eat. You know why I can't fathom that? Because I'm not a demon. But this is very telling to me. Now, a lot of parents had the experience of washing their kid in a basin, maybe, or even a sink, because it's easier to navigate than doing so in the shower. But this is not what this picture looks like. This picture doesn't look like they're bathing this child. This picture to me looks like it's signifying more of preparing it. And if you're preparing that child in the kitchen, this looks to me like they're getting ready to either sacrifice this child or to prepare this child to eat in a cannibalistic ritual. I believe that what they were doing out there was based in satanic rituals. And I think that if you look at this other video that was released by Veritas Media, it becomes really clear what's actually going on. I want you to try to envision something that's so sick, disgusting, depraved, and diabolical, just straight up so evil, that you would be willing to throw out that it was just child that was going on to cover up what you were actually doing. Cannibalism, child sacrifice, satanic rituals, those are the only things that would come to mind for me personally, where I would want to be like, you know, we were just out here kids, bro. To really wrap your head around it, you have to understand what the actual intentions behind Epstein and Maxwell and the organizations, the agencies behind them were actually about when taking this operation on. They wanted to find the worst possible blackmail, the darkest possible the world-ending, life-ruining type of that they could get people involved with so that they could use it against them to have absolute control over people that are the richest, most powerful, most famous people on the planet. I know this without the shadow of any doubt in my mind, that anytime that our government admits that something is going on, it is just the tip of the iceberg. And whatever is lurking underneath that tip is 100 times darker, more sinister, and more evil than what they are exposing. And that is exactly what is going on with this Epstein Island situation.
If I was an intelligence officer in any of the leading intelligence services, the French, the Israelis, the Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians, if I was an intelligence source for Germany, if I was an intelligence officer in any country that was interested in what's happening in the United States, I would 100% have devoted time and energy into tracking and trying to recruit Epstein into my asset of reporting sources.
Now, there was one new piece of the puzzle that we did get from this new Epstein leak. That was something that I never saw in anything from Project Veritas. And it's entirely disturbing. Like, it shook me to the core when I saw this, because why in the would they have a child-size dentist chair to do some sort of procedures out there in a room on Epstein Island? Why would that be a thing? It looks like the type of thing that you would strap a child to do some sort of weird surgery. And the masks on the wall. Why are there faces of men with very conspicuously shaped noses, by the way? I want to point that out. It's just another link to Epstein and Maxwell's dad, and who they actually were working for before they actually got picked up in Florida. And Epstein started working with the FBI, which we have the paperwork on. We all know that it's true. At the point when he got busted in Florida, he started working for the FBI. But before that, who was funding this? Who was the operation benefiting? America's greatest ally. And what were they using this child's dentist chair for in this room on Epstein Island? I can only imagine the horrors that young children were going through in that dentist chair. And it chills me to the bone. It makes me sick and disgusted. This wasn't just about doing deviant things to children. There was something way darker, way deeper, and way more insidious going on. Now, for years, we've been screaming about wanting transparency, about wanting to know what actually happened on this island. And people have been speculating as to why they won't just break bread like Jesus said and give us that information so that we can hold people accountable, so that these victims can get justice. And I know that it's because what was happening out there was way more devious than anything that they've let on. But there's another component to this, you guys. If you had blackmail on the richest, most powerful, most elite people on the planet, that is worth more than any currency. It's worth more than the US dollar. It's worth more than gold. It's worth more than pure heroin in bulk. Would you want to give that up? Because the second that all of that is exposed and those people are exposed, that blackmail becomes worthless. And that's another part of the reason that they are never going to let us see what was actually going on out there, regardless of how many victims there were. And I also want you to think about this. They came up with a foolproof way to get blackmail on the most powerful and elite people on the planet. Do you think for a second that Epstein Island was the only location, that Epstein and Maxwell were the only ones they had doing this, and that it all stopped just because those two got busted? Or do you think that it's way more likely that there were others and other locations, and that it's still going on to this very day? Because I can tell you that the people who are pulling the strings, the puppeteers behind the world stage, aren't going to want to relinquish that power. They're going to want more. And there's no way that if they found an effective method to be able to gain this much control over what's happening in our world, that they're not going to pursue that and continue to pursue that just because some of their low-level operatives got busted doing it. This whole Epstein thing has never been about right or left. It's not about a political party. You're thinking too small. It's never been about just the United States of America or any other nation. It's about all of the nations. It's about the world stage. And fundamentally, at its core, it's about good versus evil. What do you guys think after seeing this? Do you guys agree with me? Do you think that I'm on the money? Am I based on this? Or am I just reaching a little too far here? Let me know down in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share this video so that more people will see it. And until the next one, it's always one love, baby.
So I just have to say this, especially during this time where there's a lot of talk concerning the Epstein files and the child trafficking and a lot of the things that's going on out here pertaining to children, blood sacrifice, and things of that nature. What we have to realize is that these beings have been offsetting their karma for a very long time through the masses, through you, through me, through your grandmother, your grandfather. And a lot of people don't realize how much of a important role you played in a lot of the sacrifices that have been done. Now, this is important because a lot of people are still adding to these rituals through their own personal rituals that they are performing and don't even realize that these are rituals that are directly related and tied to the sacrifices that have been happening behind the scenes. When we went to church, and I say we because I also partook in this. When we went to church and performed communion every first Sunday and drank the blood, whether you drank grape juice or wine, and ate of the flesh, when you ate the little piece of bread or the wafer, you were participating in human sacrifice, cannibalistic rituals. And by doing this openly and not when they had you say, I drank of the blood, I eat of the flesh, and we did those rituals, we were also saying that we support those types of rituals. We were putting out into the universe that these types of rituals were in fact righteous. They were in fact holy. They were in fact the very thing needed to connect you to the source, right? What they call God, what they call Jesus. You gave your consent every time you performed that particular ritual. So when these wicked beings behind the scenes was doing the same ritual, but using real flesh, real blood, they looked to you and said, but the majority are okay with even the idea of it. Because you didn't just eat a piece of bread and say, well, I am breaking bread. You didn't just drink that wine and say, well, I am drinking wine in commemoration. No, you ate the bread mimicking the idea of flesh, a human body, which was supposed to be the human body of Jesus. You drank the blood, which was supposed to represent the human blood of Jesus. You wore the cross, which would be representation of the very tool that was used in order to hang his dying, bloody body. Many people have participated in these rituals unknowingly, and this was the major component that helped to offset the karma of the powers that were, the wicked evildoers behind the scenes who have been doing this for far too long. This is not new. These beings have been doing this for centuries, but they have been able to hide it. They have been able to create illusions. They have been able to do spells, rituals behind the scenes to keep you asleep, because as long as you continue to support cannibalism and the drinking of blood, as long as you was uttering this out of your mouth, knowing that that is what you was partaking in, for them, that said that they can continue to partake in doing the real deal behind the scenes, because you openly confess that you agree with doing these types of things. So now, hopefully, those people who call themselves Christians that have been partaking in these cannibalistic blood drinking rituals, hopefully now that all of these things are being openly exposed, and people can no longer say, well, that's a conspiracy theory, or you watch too many movies, you read too many fictional books, or your mind is warped, you're crazy, you're XYZ. now that the truth is being revealed. Hopefully this will awaken people so that when they step in front of that pastor on Sundays, every first Sunday, they will now know that if they decide to partake in this particular ritual, they have now sealed their fate. It's one thing to do something when you are asleep and you have no conscious understanding of what you are doing, because many of us did it. I partook in those things way back when, because I thought that I was doing something righteous. I thought that I was doing something that would commemorate the sacrifice that Jesus would have made to have his life taken, right? Not recognizing that he was sacrificed, meaning killed. If this was a real man, right, that actually went through this, which there were many Christs that was taken out. Many Christ. A Christ is a true speaker. A Christ is someone who has higher consciousness. A Christ is someone who comes in to help shift the narrative so that you're no longer easily convinced or just blindly following the structure of a false, wicked government. So many people partook in this in a sleep state with the best and highest of intentions, and this is why grace is bestowed upon those people. But when you are now consciously aware that this is a real ritual that is being done, satanic rituals that are happening behind the scenes in order to maintain power, in order to maintain authority, wealth, in order to maintain the illusions of the matrix, in order to continue to feed the beast of Babylon, this is far deeper than what people see with their natural eyes. Those same people that continue to partake in these rituals will now be held accountable from this day forward. There's no such thing. There is no more I didn't know. There's no more I don't understand what I'm doing. There is no more turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to truth, because truth is now being exposed here in the age of Aquarius. This is the age where truth can no longer be hidden. Okay? So every wicked deed that has been done in the darkness is now being exposed in the light, as well as anything that you or your family members might have partaken in. This is the time to completely withdraw and to cut the cords with these traditional belief systems. This is the time to be more consciously aware of what you are participating in. This is the time to be more intentional, because make no mistake, I'm not saying that rituals are bad. I'm saying that there are bad rituals, and eating flesh and drinking a person's blood is most certainly at the height of wickedness. It is at the height of wickedness. And many people, unfortunately, was placed under a spell to believe that there was something righteous about it, y'all. It's time to wake up and recognize that these people need the collective consciousness to agree with what they are doing in order to continue. Spiritually, you signed a contract to agree to human sacrifice every time you got up and sang and cried and was snotty-nosed and passed out and gave money, paid to continue the rituals of celebrating the sacrifice of someone who would have been the representation of opposition to government. We have had many Christs that have been taken out for being in opposition to the governmental structure, in opposition to the powers that were. And every time we partook in those rituals and ate of the flesh and drank of the blood and wore crosses and gave praise for human sacrifice, we gave them the green light to continue to maintain their power. It is time to open your eyes, look around you, pay attention, because the Most High will not allow you to miss out on divine truth. That's my message for you all. Leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this. I would love to hear from you. It's time to spread these messages, get it circulating, share this message with others. Even if they don't want to hear it, they can no longer unsee it.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one.